Honorable members, when the business of this House suspended for the luncheon break, the Honorable Member for Angliston had the floor. Honorable Member, you had requested that I table some documents. You would like for me to do that at the end of your communication?
I can lay it now.
Pardon?
I can lay it at the end. I laid it there.
I'm talking about the truth.
Oh, yours? Oh, no. I mean, anytime that's convenient to the chair would be excellent. You'd like to see this list. And it might inform my debate. My time ain't running yet.
Mr. Clark, I'd like for your logbook to record the tabling of this document. and that the member for Angliston should receive a copy. The document that I'm tabling is a document that was downloaded from the UK Parliament's website. And I'm not going to read the details of it, but it was regarding unparliamentary language. And it is indicating that some words which were banned, and those words, I believe, as I had mentioned earlier, include the blackguard, the rat, swine, and so on. And also, the second document that I am tabling is a document out of Canada that lists 106 things that you cannot say in Parliament. I don't know, it's in alphabetical order, so.
I would love to see it.
Order that the documents do lie on the table. I just want to take this opportunity before we proceed to just indicate to this Parliament that the Speaker never asks any member to do what the Speaker is not prepared to do himself. And in that regard, with respect to unparliamentary words, the Speaker was prepared on the 14th of February 2018, after the vote of no confidence, when there was no need for him to apologize for words used by the Speaker that were considered hurtful. Likewise, the Speaker also requested of the Honorable Member for Pinewood and the Honorable Member for Golden Isles, when we had a disturbance, to apologize, and both honorable gentlemen did apologize on that occasion. And so I now extend the invitation to the member for Angliston, who has acknowledged her wrongdoing, to do likewise. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
Speaker, at some point, this has to end. But on that issue, Mr. Speaker, because you have reopened this matter, and I'm looking at the list you sent out, right? And it's just a shame that we spend so much time in this bitter type of environment. But the list is, I was seated. It's not on the record, Mr. Speaker. You put it on the record. You put those words on the record. This member never put words on the record. I was seated. Number one. Number two, I never called anybody rats. Never called any member a rat, Mr. Speaker. And I spoke about it. I said, no, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm Speaker, you.
Honorable member, if.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's off the table. I'm not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker? And I want to go through the list that you have here of words you said that you have downloaded. I think this is Canada. 106 things you can't say in Parliament.
Right.
And you have here, for example, you have insolent and impertinent, disgracing the House. I mean, I've heard these words over and over. So if you're guided by this, Mr. Speaker, I am trusting that in the future we will be protected by you. Attempting to distort the facts, cheap political, deceive.
You sure you want to read those lists?
I'm going down the list. I'm very sure you laid this, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Speaker? Yes, thank you.
So this is part of her time. So the clock should be running.
Well, I don't know. I'm responding to what the Speaker just said. And on and on. I've heard these words over and over from members on the opposite side in this Parliament. I've heard worse things. Even on that day,
Honorable member.
even on that day, there was a member shouting at the top of his voice on the government side, directly in front of you. You couldn't hear it or see it, but you heard me.
Honorable member, I would advise you to proceed with your contribution because
thank you,
at this
Speaker.
time,
Yeah.
the chair is satisfied that you are attempting to mislead the Parliament by what you are representing.
Mr. Speaker, will you please stop combating me every moment in this Parliament?
What I'm
Every
saying,
moment. You just laid a thing and I'm reading from it. I'm just reading from what you laid. Is that something wrong with that? You just laid this. I don't know if I was misleading. I'm reading from the document you laid.
Honorable member, can you proceed with
Thank you,
your
Mr. Speaker.
contribution?
It's just that you took me back to, and I would not want the Bahamian people to think or it to be misrepresented. Speaker, I've been in here now, it's my 4th term, and very seldom over the, and there has been an occasion that I should withdraw a matter. I don't say things unless I know the basis of it, and I do not make personal attacks in this Parliament. I do not, Speaker. And if you can find on the record, not what you put on the record, you can find on the record where I ever personally challenged a member, call them any kinds of name, like some of the stuff I'm about to lay here now, which is this article. It's a Tribune which I adopt. And it says DPM brands opposition as the junk-born coup. And I'd like to lay this in the Parliament.
Are you,
This is here.
give the date.
The date of this is a Tribune article, June 6, 2019, and it's an article by Notario Mackenzie, and it's a report of the proceedings of this Parliament.
Order that the document be brought.
Speaker, and Speaker Anderson, really, I don't think I came here any differently than any other member in this Parliament. I came the same way. People lined up in the sun. They went, they voted, the votes were counted, and we all of us who are here got the votes that took us over the top, the majority. I came here the same way like any other member in this Parliament.
Order that the document will lie on the table.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the people of Angleton, it is not about me, Mr. Speaker. It's about the people of Angleton. It's a constituency, a demographic. It's diverse population, and they have an expectation that I come to this Parliament and I speak on their behalf. because they are facing many issues in this country right now, which are of a very serious nature. They do not expect me to come in here and to sit in this parliament, to massage egos, to say yes, yes to everything. They expect me to be involved in a dynamic process and speak on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. And I do not take my role lightly, Mr. Speaker. And I have had to fight in this parliament to speak on so many occasions on behalf of the people of Angleton. And these people are otherwise, many of them, voiceless. And their voice in this parliament is fighting always to speak, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, just so there's an understanding, I'm a patriot. I will die for this country. I will die for this country. And I don't want anyone to believe I am here to take up space or whatever it is that one may think I might be sitting in here for. I take what I do very seriously. We are about to celebrate our 47th anniversary of independence in this country. And I remember when I was 14 years of age on the park, Clifford Park, and when that flag, the British flag came down and the Bahamian flag came up, the Union Jack. And that moment was so critical for me and for our people and for our nation. And when I'm in my life, my public life is not about sitting on a laurel or about biding time for the 5-year period. I want to see progress in my nation because I know the journey. I know that my people have been fighting. You know, Mr. Speaker, my lineage is traced to a woman. A relative of mine did the DNA test. A woman who was a Hasty from the Cameroon. The history of the people in this country has been a long one. It's been a fight, and that fight still pertains to this day. To this day, Mr. Speaker, I believe my presence in this parliament is about seeing reform that reflects the journey, not just holding a status quo and working within a system. I don't want to work within a system that is not serving our people well, that has our people marginalized, that takes us through our high schools and they come out, they can't hardly read and write, where people are living in poverty conditions, where housing is substandard. Why aren't we offended by that? That's unparliamentary, that we sit in here and pretend as if this does not exist in our country, where you have an inequity, unequal development. These are the things that are unparliamentary to me. And that's what I see my role as being in this parliament. Well, you speak for yourself. I know why I am here. And others may find that uncomfortable. I am not here to speak a conservative talk. I will see radical change in this country. Radical change, Mr. Speaker. And so when the people of Angleton who are feeling it, they expect me to speak for them, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I come from, as I've indicated, a line of women in biologically from the Cameroon. My mother was from Bristol, England, a strong woman. I come from a lineage of strong women biologically, but I come from a lineage of strong women politically. Let me give you some names, Mr. Speaker. We have the likes of Bertha Isaacs. You know, they told me a story one time where Bertha Isaacs rode a bicycle down Bay Street by herself in the height of oppression in this country. And she put bells on the back of her bicycle. And she rode down Bay Street with her placard. That's the tradition in which I come from, Bertha Isaacs. And then you have Georgiana Simonet, Judge Maynard's mother, Sir Clement Maynard's mother, who was so bold and so adamant for majority rule and for the progress of the people. Eugenia Lockhart, Effie Walks, who's almost 100 and living right now, the only woman in the room on Black Tuesday, the night before Black Tuesday. And then, of course, you have the likes of Janet Boswick, first woman elected in this parliament. And then you got Teresa Moxley Ingram. You have Mother Pratt, Melanie Griffin, Hope Strawn, Agatha Marcel, Mother Butler. So it's a strong line of women from which I come, Mr. Speaker. And I want to mention the member for Sea Breeze. I can single her out. And there are others in this parliament, other women. Ruby Ann Cooper Darling, first woman to register. There was a time Doris Johnson, when she read her letter, she had to stand there. There was no woman, they couldn't dream of a woman sitting in this parliament. And some people may find women who are strong in their positions uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. This is a challenge in leadership and in politics. But the world is changing. And who has a problem with it? I just want to recommend take some therapy. Take your therapy. Finance, you all right over there? Take your therapy. No. What was that? No, but seriously. No, but this is this is the heritage that I come with and from, and it's across both political lines, and I'm very proud of it. Very proud of all the women who have served in this parliament, those who couldn't serve and who fought for me to serve. I'm very proud of that lineage, and I want to feel that the men in this parliament have no challenge with that issue, with women being in this parliament, being strong voices. Kalani said, not him. No. That's a different story. and so if you look at this list, everything unparliamentary. No, but in all seriousness. And so it's been rough. This has been rough. When I write my book, I got to talk about this has been rough in this parliament. This has been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough, Speaker. But I'm still standing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, listen, the people of Angaston, right, they were out there yesterday. But it's just, I want to reflect on it so that we have an appreciation of what the issues may or may not be, and that we move beyond it. So everything is not a continuous fight or struggle, Mr. Speaker. And I want members to expect of me in debate, because we are a debating house, that I may not take positions you like or that you agree with. But that's the nature of our system. This is a democracy. This parliament has government and opposition. And I have the freedom to speak what I believe should be said in this parliament on behalf of the people I represent. And so, Mr. Speaker, those who may find what I say uncomfortable, that's the way it is. I find some of the things the other side says uncomfortable. It's the way it is, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, truthfully, I take my stewardship most seriously. And I was hoping that in this parliament today, that we were going to be debating not the compendium of bills here, but this proclamation of emergency. And we've now put it off to another day. And I'm very concerned about that because it comes all within the issue, the realm of constitutional, the sanctity of our Constitution, the sanctity of what happens in this parliament. Yes, we have presiders, but this is a dynamic forum. It's not well, I think the member for East Granville talked about the classroom or the primary school. It's not like that. This is a place with men and women, and sometimes it's difficult. You have to manage it, you have to balance it. But members should feel free to speak on behalf of the people they represent. And Parliament comes from the French parler, to speak, but might have a Latin root. But it's about speaking, not about restraining, restricting, excusing, expelling. That's not what the Parliament is supposed to be about continuously. So, Mr. Speaker, the irregularities in the Constitution, in the suspension of the Constitution, and the errors and missteps, we're very concerned about that. I know it's not directly related to the legislation, but it's a very major issue. And we are concerned when it is accompanied with other actions which begin to make it look as if freedoms are being constrained in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, on the legislation, that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island spoke about the banks and how the banks operate in the islands and in communities, how difficult it is. This is all part of why I see my involvement in public life. Because if you're going to have foreign direct investors in your country, we had the Baker's Bay situation a couple of days ago. And then you see more and more the foreign direct investors that Bahamians are getting less and less. At some point, you know, this is what we should be concerning ourselves with in governance and in public life. That we are fighting for our people to get more, not less, and not manage a status quo. I'd like to see land reform, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we're selling land on the internet. Land is out of the reach of average Bahamians. And this very few countries in the world allow what we allow in this country. We have a free-for-all, basically, 5 acres or less. A free-for-all in this country for alienating our land to people who don't live here, who don't know us, who have no vested interest, whose navel strings are not buried here. And more land is becoming inaccessible to people who live here, whose navel strings are buried here, who have nowhere else to go. And see, they're creating a scenario in which Bahamians are being pressured into the center or into a ball. And at large, we are giving it all up. And we're going to get to a select committee and talk about that. At large, we are giving it up. And Bahamians are feeling more and more marginalized. And you will find, no matter what you do with crime and violence, no matter what you do, the more and more you have inequity in a country and people feeling as if they have no stake, the greater the risk we have of social deterioration as a guarantee. It's a guarantee. You can have all the police you want, you can have all the spot shotters or whatever you call it, you can have all that, you could have all of that. But if people feel that in the land of their birth and they have nothing else, that they are at the bottom of the pile and there's some contradictions going on around them, you will find that you will have dissent, you will have a problem, and it's a serious situation in the Bahamas. The Bahamas has so many inconsistencies and contradictions and inequities, including the landlord. Most countries protect their land. If it's Singapore, you can't buy the land. We just given up land, we give up crown land. We did both sides of both administrations have done this. And I've been speaking about it for years. I'm not a Johnny come lately in what I believe in. So just in case anyone is of that thought, of that view, we got to look at how our children fare in this country. You know, I remember a debate we had the other couple of years ago, and I was looking at the statistics, and the children in our country, a lot of them catching hell. You know, when you see your children are at risk in the way in which they are in this country, this tells you something is very unhealthy about the way in which we are doing things. I just want to talk a little bit about Angleton because there's a young man, just to give you an idea of why I'm passionate, because I represent people who are working class Bahamians, who don't know anybody like that, can't pick up a phone call and get it done, who don't have immense resources. Some have little or no resources. But I have seen firsthand the incredible talent and wealth of talent in the community. And there's a young man now, all of us need to know his name. His name is Gibson Jellin. He's a musician, he's a trumpeter. And he won a scholarship to a school in the United States and he moved to Juilliard. Full scholarship at Juilliard, top line. And he is performing with the most prestigious musicians in the world right now. You know? Yes, top line. And he came out of Angleton. And that's just one example. I can give you lots and lots and lots. But I speak about him because he is, Vinton Marcellus is so impressed with this young man. He's performed with him over and over. Yep. So when you know that your raw materials, we can talk about natural resources in a minute, but our most important natural resource is our people, our children. And when you know in this country, we have been so fortunate that it's so rich in overflow with talent and just enormous ability here, there, and everywhere, that our policies and what we do, coming from the journey that we come from, that we should be focusing on knowing what it is we must do for the people that we represent in this country. So I say all that to say this. That is what motivates me. I don't want to get no argument with anyone, and I don't need that. I'm 61. I don't need that. But I am still in the game right now, and I am still fighting to see change. And I don't need to agree with no one in here. That's not my job. And if you're looking for it, it may or may not happen. But it might not happen. And we got to live with it because I have to speak in accordance with my conscience. Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that, and the last thing I will say in terms of the reform is the ownership in our economy. The Haymans can't access capital. It's a fact. In 2020, you could get a car, you could go get commercial loans or consumer loans, and you go to the same businesses that are making the wealth just swirling around like that. But the Haymans are not owning a significant role or playing a significant role in our economy the way in which it should. It's, the way I describe it, we have become the object of development. Our land, our this, our labor force, our that, and not the subjects. When you're the subject, you're elevated, you soar, the world sees you, and they know this is a great people. So for those who, I don't want to be misrepresented in this parliament. This is what motivates me. This is what motivates me. When I was entering politics and I entered late, I asked my father, what's your advice? Because he was around a long time. He gave me one piece of advice. When you are in doubt, do the right thing. Do the right thing. And that I have tried to allow that to guide me throughout my life. I'm sure it ain't been a perfect rule for me at all times. I pray it has. But I've tried my best. Mr. Speaker, I trust that I'm a little, I trust that the people of Angleton are able to more effectively express what they are facing in everyday reality in Angleton. Not all constituencies are the same in this country, or in New Providence. Some are different. Some are very upscale, etc. My constituency is different, and this is where I'm grateful for it because it's allowed me to identify with that and not with something else. But that is what my objective is in serving in government and in opposition, is to ensure that the people of Angleton, that their voice is heard. And I'm proud of their voice. I want to raise it up to the highest level because they may not have much. But I want the people of Angleton to know that they have equal space in this house. Equal space. Speaker. So, Speaker, on the legislation before us, I would only say that is the last 40 seconds. I know the speaker can give me 10 more minutes. I think the member for Exuma who led on our behalf, he's spoken to it. The only objection or query I would make is that the legislation is huge, it's humongous. And I would have hoped, because it's so fundamental to our economy, that we could have probably have had a session with parliamentarians to go through it. I think the member described it like redlining it or whatever, so that that lawmakers would have a better understanding of what is happening. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the people of Angliston. I thank them for standing with me, and I will stand with them until the last moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. As many, just a moment. The chair recognizes honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted a second to, first of all, withdraw a statement as it related to the central bank reporting requirement, because I had indicated that I didn't see it, and it might not have been presented the way I wanted it to be, or would have liked to see it, because it was in Section 4 of the old bill, but it is in Section 35. So it was an oversight, and so I just wanted to withdraw that. Notwithstanding that, I also wanted to adopt and table the article by Sharon Turner that I referred to, the Nassau Guardian, prospective June 29th, 2020, in its entirety, called Governance Money Can't Buy. And also, I'd like to table, for clarification purposes, an article in the Nassau Guardian, April 2020, that said PM foreign reserves will decline by $1 billion this year, with references made to a drawdown to be partially replaced by a loan. But just wanted to do the withdrawal and also to table the two documents. Thank you.
Order that the documents be brought up. The chair recognizes honorable member for South Beach.
May I beg your indulgence kindly? I just wish to refer to a fact that I mentioned in my presentation 3 weeks ago, which I noticed that the honorable member from Angliston may not have identified. Today, a majority of the school leavers, those leaving grade 12, are able to read and write. In fact, 6 out of 10 are now meeting the minimum standards for graduation. That's up 50% from just a few years ago, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the documents to lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, it is indeed a privilege to stand in this place and give my full-throated support for these bills that represent the process of building a country. Oftentimes we come into this place and a number of the bills that we debate, many Bahamians have a hard time understanding, how does this relate to me? Well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to very briefly speak to these things in a historical context, because the creation of the central bank, which took place in June of 1974, was the hidden treasure. People speak about the Defense Force, they speak about so many other things, but June 1974, the first governor, T. Basil Donaldson, assisted by Anthony Thompson, Gerald Cash, and a fellow that I know quite well, Basil Sands, my father, were the first leaders, governor and directors of the central bank. Don't worry about that. You may know him well. The central bank was formally opened by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth in February of 1975. I was there to witness that wonderful event. And since that time, the central bank has focused on monetary policy, to ensure the monetary stability of this country, to make sure that our banking system was well regulated, and to ensure the parity of the Bahamian dollar with the US dollar, and to control exchange or exchange control. So in 1974, we then went to the year 2000 when we had the first major revision of the Central Bank Act. And then again in 2010. Now, my first foray into public service was in 2008 when I was asked and agreed to accept a post or a role as a director of the central bank. And it was, for me, an education that I believe has served me well. But, Mr. Speaker, a number of comments have been made here today, raising concerns about the fundamentals, the standing of our economy. And I believe that the member for East Grand Bahama has pushed back quite handily. The fundamentals of our economy, at least as it relates to our reserves, are incredibly strong. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the external reserves of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the last 10 years, April of 2020 was the highest at $2 billion that our external reserves have been in the last 10 years. And as of the end of May 2020, they stood at $1.97 billion. And so, Mr. Speaker, for Bahamians who are concerned about the impact of COVID-19 and whether or not we are about to be downgraded or our dollar devalued, it is so important for us to upgrade the ability of the central bank to perform the very important regulatory functions that it does, so that they can keep their eye on the ball, so that we can make sure that this economy is able to take the buffeting and the beating that could possibly occur over the next months and years. Mr. Speaker, as I get ready to conclude, I think it's important for us to understand that by strengthening the Central Bank Act, by strengthening protection for depositors, and for improving the banks and trust legislation, that what we are doing is providing sound strengthening for the fundamental parts of this economy. The central bank is an anchor institution in this country. The one thing that we have yet to see is for this wonderful institution to move from used or pre-owned residence into its own brand new central bank. And I look forward in very short order to watch Carmichael as he demolishes the old structures in the Royal Victoria Garden, to bring down that eyesore called the old post office, and to watch like a phoenix as the new Central Bank of the Bahamas rises up as a symbol for this country that there's hope. And so, Mr. Speaker, I conclude with those very brief remarks. It's very difficult for some to understand why is this important. But it is important because it is a fundamental institution that has defined success for us as Bahamians. And Elizabeth certainly supports this compendium of bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, I would just discussing these just like to touch on what I call process. think we all appreciate that as time moves on and as norms evolve, the need for transformation is always necessary. But to transform without bringing people along with that transformation is not, because you'll be leaving behind many and leaving out many. If I were to take a pool, if I were to ask members in here present today, how many of them would have read these bills and understand what transformation is being taken place today? How many of us could answer that? Could say, we understand what is happening here today when we vote yes to these bills. Let's figure, when the
Honorable member, with respect to the institution, that's a slippery slope you're going. I said that's a slippery slope you are moving on with respect to the integrity of the institution.
That has nothing to do with the integrity of the institution. Which is
You're talking about the members of this institution.
No, I'm asking whether members. That's a question I asked.
Yes.
Yes. Did you read them, Mr. Speaker? Do you understand them, Mr. Speaker? Do we appreciate? No, because I'm going to make some confessions here, Mr. Speaker. That's why I said I'm speaking to process.
Right.
So, for example, right, what the transformational document, you would have thought that parliamentarians would have had a briefing from the central bank governor. The member for Yamacore indicated that the opposition was consulted. We were not consulted. Right? It was never consulted. What happened? What happened, I understand, that these bills were posted on the central bank website. No, that you were there. How often would I visit the central bank website? How many of you here ever would have visited the central bank website? You see, so, and so, Mr. Speaker, it does not, the integrity of this institution becomes questionable when we are engaged in a process that neither of us could think through in an intelligent way and appreciate what transformational efforts are being engaged in here. But we found out these bills, as a compendium, was laid during the budget debate. How many of us paid attention to when it was laid? I mean, no, I didn't. My attention was to the budget communication and looking at what was at hand, right? And so, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, I'm being honest, right? And so, and then we find out, we were supposed to come here today, on our understanding, to discuss the proclamation of emergency, which I'll say something about later, right? But I got a note from the leader of opposition that on Sunday that they intend to debate these compendium of bills. Well, fortunately, I had the opportunity to call one or two persons in the industry who indicated that they do not have any issue with the bill. Just a matter they raised. For example, what was sent to them, right? There's one or two things that appears now that didn't appear what was sent to them. But those matters are really more for the political directors rather than them. if there's an issue, for example, on the depository in the protection of depositors amendment bill, where the deposit insurance premiums are being raised by 100%, being raised, the premium deposit, that's being raised by 100%. And the question is why and what informs such an increase? And I think the banks may have an issue with that. And whether that was, again, something that you may want to bear in mind or respond to when you are wrapping up. But that is, but again, Mr. Speaker, it's a process. And members' offices cannot deny that whenever there were transformational bills presented in this Parliament, there was an effort to ensure that parliamentarians understood what was being done and how it was being transformed. We're having a new central bank of the Bahamas bill. Now, it seems to be introducing something similar to Chapter 11 in respect to banks that find themselves in problems. I think they call it the bank will now become what I call a resolution authority to resolve problems that banks, if they get into it, they'll get in and try to manage it through their crisis. Then if they can't do it, then what I call the guillotine will then fall, in that they will then go into liquidation. But again, that regime is a new introduction and perhaps a very modern approach to attempting to ensure that depositors are protected. But here again, Mr. Speaker, I urge government, whenever you are transforming an industry or bringing what I call transformational legislative change, because some members don't understand it, they can't tell you. Maybe you probably don't even understand it, because I could ask questions right now about it. I could ask I could ask East Grand Bahama a question about his bill now, and he probably wouldn't be able to answer it. For example, when you are dealing with the levy that you claim replaces the abolition of the business license fee and the bank license fee, all right? Why would you only deal with the liabilities of the bank as opposed to also including the assets of the bank? Right? And then what that result could produce, right? No. So it's in the you now have it in the central bank act. You see, and so maybe I attempted to discuss it during the budget because I don't think that that regime adequately responded to what your expectations were in replacing the 80 million plus that was lost by the introduction of the suite of bills in December 2017. No, 2018. When you were responding, when the member was with you, the member from was with you and I can talk to you in Brussels, and you lost. And so that does not adequately respond. Again, it's a question. See, we only ask you to listen. We don't ask you to adopt what we say or agree with what we say. But if you listen, things will be so much better. So, for example, you may very well have to may very well have to find means now to introduce a new proclamation of emergency. Because despite what We knew because our members were present when a conversation was had between the Attorney General and the clerk of the Senate. Yes, they were there because it all came up. It was not laid on what I understood, and the records will show. So that's what I heard. I got to know too, but they said it was late. But I don't know whether the records of the Senate would appreciate.
Chair recognizes Honorable Member for Carmichael on a point of order.
The member for Cat Island is an honorable man. I've always taken him to be that way. He did not mean to challenge the integrity of the parliamentary staff. And I'm sure upon reflection, he will withdraw that comment.
I cast no aspersions on that. What if you heard what I said? I said a member of my team in the Senate, right, was present when I overheard a conversation being had between the. I did not say what the content of the conversation was. I'm not saying what the content of the conversation was. I said they overheard conversation between the clerk and the Attorney General, and I deduced from that now to tell you that the proclamation was. That's why he tried to lay it this morning today. Why would he come to lay today if he laid it then?
Because
The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Carmichael.
I want to repeat what I just said, and I want to say it more clearly.
Which one we wrong?
I respect the member for Cat Island as an honorable man.
Which one we
He does not want to impugn the integrity
I don't.
of the clerk or of the Attorney General, and
I
I'm
don't
sure that he's going to withdraw that.
I did not reveal any. I'm recounting what was reported to be by my team out of the Senate. And I'm not recounting what the conversation was. All I'm saying is that the Attorney General appeared in the Senate this morning or this afternoon, 3 o'clock, and laid the proclamation today with respect to the emergency. That was done because he knew that he did not lay it on it. Okay, I'll leave that. I'll leave that for now. We'll discuss it at the appropriate time.
Speaker,
The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Carmichael.
if the member is not going to withdraw it, I'm going to have to ask for it to be expunged. It is just such a very serious allegation, and I would hope that he would appreciate the significance of what he really said.
What is this? Well, let me just, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. I'm recounting a report from the leader of opposition business in the Senate. Right?
Honorable Member, I'm trying to find a rule. I know there is a rule that prevents matters in one house being discussed and debated in the other house. So I know there's I'm trying to locate it.
I will move on. I'll move on until you find the rule, and I accept that there's that rule. But suffice it to say, no man. See, y'all heard what I have to say. Y'all are good jury. A good jury. So. Mr. Speaker, in respect to these bills, as I've indicated, we spoke to persons, stakeholders in the industries related to each of the bills. There are some issues, but issues do not relate functionally to the transformational objective of the bill. And for that reason, we only just invite government in future to please seek to have everyone to understand what it is that they're about to do when they're moving from one paradigm to the next. And they do that by by having the experts, the technical experts, meet with us and speak to us about those things. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we have nothing further to add to this.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Speaker, I think you and I think the member for Carmichael was on the same wicket with respect to the comments made by the member for Cat Island. Mr. Speaker, I think you were referring to section 33, subsection 13. A member may not refer to a debate or proceedings of either house in a current session unless the chair determines that such reference is relevant to the matters under consideration, under discussion. I think the general purpose of that, Mr. Speaker, is that we in this house do not at the same time or address issues that are before the Senate. Now I know, Mr. Speaker, the learned member, the honorable member from Cat Island, may be well aware of that rule, having been here for many, many years. I think he is familiar with that, Mr. Speaker. So I think he should do the honorable thing.
Honorable member?
But I said I withdraw and I moved on. That's what I said. You didn't. Yeah, I said I need to get, and I just alert me to the section. I know that.
For the purpose of the record, let the record reflect that the statements made by the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador with respect to the proceedings of the Senate or matters that occurred in the Senate are hereby expunged from the record. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you. As is usual, I rise to speak on behalf of the good people of the great constituency of St. Anne's who sent me here to represent them. But I sat here and I did not intend to speak this afternoon, but I could not let this opportunity pass when certain members from the other side sat here and tried to talk to us about the way the government should conduct its business. Having been in opposition and looking at two members, if not more members over on the other side, on the government bench, who were here when they were running things, we would come here many a day and not know what we were going to discuss until we got here. So please, let's not go there and pretend to be holier than thou. You come here and be told you're debating Bill A, and you were debating Bill B, and had no knowledge whatsoever. So for honorable members to sit there, they are misleading, being disingenuous, and I need that list to find some other parliamentary words to do. There is another function, Mr. Speaker. When a bill is laid in this parliament and read for the first time, you are on notice that it has been read, and that is your notice. You cannot come back and say, oh, I didn't know the bill was here. The bill is here. You should be ready. June 8th it was laid. You should be ready for it. Now, you know, I always see the members opposite using these things. I'm sure a lot of people have been texting them some things to say and everything else like that. So why they didn't have, you know, these bills were posted. They were tabled here in June 8th. That's a whole month to look at it. And I can't help it if the honorable member for Cat Island didn't read it in a month. I certainly read it. And now the other thing I'd like to go back and just have several bullet points. We are amending today a suite of legislation that was passed in 2000 at the height of the then financial crisis, when those persons who are talking today were where they are today, and the FNM under Prime Minister Ingram was where it was today. And we consulted widely. We didn't have much time to do it. We were under tremendous pressure, and apparently whatever we did was wrong way back then. But it seems to have lasted 20-odd years in the Bank and Trust Companies Act and the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act. And I think, by the way, the Deposit Insurance Bill was brought in 1999. And I think at that time, Mr. Ingram was the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So let's put it in perspective. The legislation that everyone said the country was going to go down the dogs in 2000, it did not happen, and we successfully built on our financial services. Now, maybe we dug up a few roads and lost an election, but certainly on the financial suite of legislation, we made the test of time. We saved the country being into the then blacklisting, and we came off the then list of people. The Honourable Member for Cat Island sort of brought me into the picture when he talked about when I was with the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister in Brussels. The change in that business license tax, that whole issue, was discussed widely over Christmas of that year. We had many cabinet meetings. There were members with industry, a whole across the industry. We sat for hours and hours debating. Now, if his sources did not get back to him about what that was, we came here and we discussed it. It was an attempt with the removal of ring fencing. I think it was the correct thing with the business license issue when we came with unfair taxes on offshore banks as opposed to local banks. And that was an agreed position going backwards and forwards with the industry at that time. There you go. There's a reflection of, and when the opposition were briefed on those issues. Now, the Central Bank Act, the revision of the Central Bank Act and the Bank and Trust Company has its basis in those three pieces of legislation that were passed back then. The tweaking that has gone on, as the member of East Grand Bahama said, was with regard to things like the sand dollar, electronic banking, bringing in the credit unions into that. Because over time, a number of institutions have grown up in the Bahamas as money lending institutions, which are not governed by the Central Bank Act. You go on the radio and you hear, if you just bring in your electric bill, we'll give you a $10,000 advance. So there are quite a number of institutions that are below this level of requirement, which do not afford the borrower, if I can use that word, the borrower, the protection that is provided for under the Bank and Trust Companies Act. Having said that, I will join the member for Zuma in the issue of modernizing our business model. So the 2000 era issue of the financial reforms, if I can distance that from the EU issues that we're all aware of, and we started the issue of know your customer. I think if we check the records, the majority of accounts, not the size, the majority of accounts in the Bahamas probably never peak above $25,000 in transactions in their accounts. You take the minimum wage is what, $208 a week. So most accounts in banks probably never peak above 25,000. So I think it's time that we could possibly move to lessening the requirements for those persons to bring their birth certificate and their passport and their grandmother's passport and all this other issue, and delegate downwards the discretion to the banks to deal with the KYC. There is that discretion now. I think sometimes the banks use it too tightly, and that doesn't happen on the street level. But I think it's time now that maybe through the central bank we can have the Clearing Banks Association and others possibly look at the requirements for accounts that are under a certain amount, not that much transaction. And if they spike and $1 million goes to a $25,000 account, then you can take a closer look at your customers to make sure that's happening. Because I think the banking industry, in order to survive, has to have an opening of that valve. I would just go and make a point that maybe to something that Centerville said. The central bank has maintained a fantastic reputation of being neutral in its banking policy throughout time. And we should respect the many, Elizabeth mentioned Tim Donaldson. We should respect the many Bahamians who have held the position of governor of the Central Bank of the Bahamas, because they have been talented persons who have guided the bank, starting with Tim Donaldson. I just go back a little bit further, Elizabeth. It used to be the Bahamas Monetary Authority before we went independent, and it was headed by Tim Donaldson then, and he transferred from before he went on to be another capacity recognized in the banking industry for what he did. So the central bank has maintained that neutrality, And it's also, I think, under the Ingram government that we have, central bank and the government have relaxed a lot of the monetary controls. Before you used to have to go to central bank, I think for $5,000 to pay your National Geographic bill. You had to go down there and get approval. And over time, that went to $5,000, gone to $10,000. You just go down now, you take your ticket, and you go in with your passport, they stamp your passport, and you can come up with, I think, $5,000 or $10,000 any number of times a year. And the right to purchase overseas US dollars or pounds, you go into the local bank, you present the bill, and off it goes. So this has always been the dynamic progression of central banks over the years since 1974 in their running of the monetary authority. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I just had to say that to make sure we have a balance of the record for those who want to be mischievous and try and say that they weren't part of a system that just, for when they were on the other side, that they were holier than thou, because that is not the case. And many of us had to suffer and be told, and the indignations that Engelson talks about, we felt over here. There were a couple of members that sat behind us here that had the rod of they carried on incredibly badly. And so therefore, fortunately, we passed those stages. And so the pain of being in opposition is shared by all. Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, it's a pleasure to support these bills as we move forward and modernize our banking and our regulatory authority. Thank you.
Many? Chair recognizes honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the wrap-up on this debate of this very important legislation, 3 bills. I think the members generally dealt with the issues in the bills. There's only a couple of points that I just wanted to clarify. And I think the member for St. Anne's did on one of them, and that is in respect to the due process, if I may use that, in terms of the length of time that these bills were available for review. The bills were laid on the 8th of June, roughly 1 month ago. And last week, Tuesday, the opposition was advised that these bills would be the bills to be debated today. And so the claim that there was not sufficient notice, I think that is a little bit disingenuous. And there may be honest lapse as to the bills being up today. But again, I just want to reiterate that there certainly was no ill intent or any attempt to surprise anybody with respect to these bills. I do believe, and it is important to restate again, that the Bahamian people send us here to do a job, and they expect us to be prepared to do that job at all times. And so it's our duty to do what is necessary to make sure that we are prepared. That includes consulting wherever you think the need for you to consult may arise. It is not only the responsibility of any institution to brief. You have to ask. If you have a query, you can ask. That is your right. And I'm sure that the governor and his staff would have been more than prepared to assist if there were any questions that may have come up as a result of your review. The bridging institution, the member for Exuma had indicated that the government of the Bahamas was a shareholder in the asset valuation, what is it called? Asset management company. This is a creature that does not come into play unless a financial institution has entered some form of statutory administration. And the vehicle that is being contemplated is for the statutory administrator to be able to manage those assets during a period of administration. So they can do what's it called? The bank itself, understand that the assets can be transferred from the bank to these institutions so that they can be handled, right? So they can be either sold or managed during this period of administration. So it isn't for the, it is not, again, it is protection of the assets. And there are strict reporting requirements under that to ensure that there's transparency and there's accountability with respect to any action that the statutory administrator would conduct. Again, the statutory administrator is not accountable to the government, is accountable to the central bank who appoints them, right? And you can't enter it. You can't enter the arrangement unless that administration process is engaged. Okay. I wanted to touch on the Moody's downgrade because the member for Centerville just mentioned briefly some concern about the Moody's downgrade. And I just wanted to again state for the record, and Moody makes it clear in their discussion that the issues that affect their rating assessment has nothing to do with the government's management of the fiscal affairs of the country. In fact, they actually give us credit for what we have done. What it does reflect, however, is the vulnerable nature of our economy. That is being primarily tourism dependent. And if you were to look at all of the ratings around tourism dependent country, whether in the region or further afield, you will see that the ratings are actually worse than ours. So in our peer group, we're actually on par or just a little bit better than most of them, quite frankly. Because most of them are at CAA1, I think it is. And so I just want to make clear that this has got nothing to do with the government's fiscal management. This has to do with the fact that the tourism-based economies are suffering during this particular time. Pardon me? No, I'm having a reality moment with respect to the current circumstance. The member, the leader of the member for Cat Highland and Rumkey in San Salvador, I asked a question about the fees, the new fee structure for banks and trust companies, and he sought to challenge whether I would know the answer to that question. And I answered that question during the budget debate, and I would answer once again that it is a systemically important industry. The fee recognizes that the liabilities of a bank poses a systemic risk to the jurisdiction and to the government as a result. And we know that there is one bank in particular who has had a challenge that has caused the government to have to step in with a significant amount of money to support its operation, meaning that it is a significant risk to the jurisdiction and to the government. In the event that something like that happens again, we want to be in a position to address those challenges. And so in the bill itself, it talks about this whole administration process. But in addition to that, the fee structure recognizes that the overall cost of that domestically systemic important institution poses a risk, and therefore the cost of managing or supervising that institution is more than it would be for, say, a bank that does not have a domestic operation. And the fee thus recognizes that additional cost. All right? So there's no real mystery. And as was said by St. Anne's, there was wide consultation. We lost a lot of vacation time dealing with that matter. And again, it all boils down to ensuring that there is no difference between an offshore bank, quote unquote, offshore bank, and a domestic bank. The difference is eliminated. And the only difference between the banks that do not have a domestic operation and a domestic bank is the levy that is charged to domestic banks in recognition of the systemic risk to the jurisdiction and to the government as a result of them holding dollar transactions. I don't know what else there is on that point. We can deal with it afterwards. The last question that I want to, or the last point that I wanted to just address, and this is a point that the member for St. Anne's raised, and he's right in respect to the potential liability and risk, financial risk that exists as a result of these third-party creditors or payday loan type organizations. They do present some level of risk to the jurisdiction. However, and I'm sure that we will have to give that some more thought into how do we regulate those industries without, or stifling or strangling entrepreneurial spirit and the commercial business. But I do believe that most of the issues that are raised by these kinds of institutions will be addressed once the credit bureau is finally up and going, because it will be able to detect, and there are built-in provisions to ensure that the individual borrower is not allowed or is not able to extend himself or herself beyond their abilities to pay and be taken advantage of by some of these credit lending institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few points, I want to again thank the members for their contribution, and I now move that the Central Bank of the Bahamas 2020 bill, in fact, I need to read the long title, I think it is. I now move for the third reading and passing of a bill for an act to repeal, second reading, sorry. The bill for the act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, it has been moved. Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, it has been moved and the chair recognizes the honorable member for
Thank you.
Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Just the statutory, you call it, using our word, statutory administration of banks that gets in trouble. You were saying that the levy on the DSII is to take care of any loss or costs associated with that. I thought not, because I understood it was supposed to be revenue neutral, but nevertheless to offset the loss in business license fees that was abolished. But that's not what I understood you explaining just now.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for
Thank you, I apologize if that is the interpretation you got. The levy that is applied to a domestically systemic institution, DSSI, I always get that mixed up, is to cover the supervisory costs, the additional supervisory costs of monitoring those institutions because of their significance to the domestic financial system.
I understand how it's
So it isn't for the replacement of liability or whatever. It is for the governance of those banks, which requires a bit more involvement of the bank as a result. Pardon me? No, that's a different matter. Yeah, it's a different matter. We're not debating the bill again, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't wish to interrupt the member at the time, but I am of the view that his response to the question in relation to asset management vehicles may have been unintentionally misleading. And I would just ask the member if he would take the point under advisement and whether he would perhaps consult and seek to delete the words and or government in clause 2C of the Banks and Trust Companies regulation. I would be happy to move it under the heads if he prefers, and then he can vote against it if he wishes. But I believe a cleaner process would be for the member to take another look at this this matter. In other words, Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the explanation of the member for East Grand Bahama on the point.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Speaker, the act is clear as to how this vehicle comes about, and the provisions in the act control the actions of the administrator. This is the statutory administrator's tool. And again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move the bill. I asked it.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Further, second reading, committal of bill. Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to repeal the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to repeal the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Further, second reading and committal of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for a second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act, streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation, to provide for enhanced protection for depositors and for connected purposes thereto.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes thereto. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time.
A bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation, to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Further, second reading and committal of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further second reading. Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House resolves itself into committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House will now dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House in the chair.
Many. I recognize this bamboo tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the long title of a bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 66 be agreed.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 66 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 66 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the schedule be now agreed.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, I now move on to the Banks and Trust Companies Regulations Bill. Mr. Chair, I move that the long title of the bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters be agreed.
Second. Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second. Been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that clauses 2 through 82 through 87 be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second it. So the chair recognizes the member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Speaker, I move that clause 2C be amended to delete the words and or the government.
Been moved and seconded. You need to write that down. Order that the document be brought up, the amendment be brought up, order that it's being moved and seconded that clause 2C of the bill be amended as read by the member for Exumas and Ragged Island. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise.
Vote for that, man. Vote for that. You're making it. You're making a mistake.
Amendment is defeated.
You don't call it.
It's been, members, it's been moved and seconded. Members, it's been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 87 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 87 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the first schedule be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that. It's been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. The first schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the second schedule of the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the second schedule of the bill be agreed. As many members in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The second schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the third schedule of the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the third schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The third schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the fourth schedule to the bill be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Being moved and seconded that the fourth schedule of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The fourth schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, we move to the Protection of Depositors Amendment Bill. Mr. Chair, I do move that the long title of a bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes thereto be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 2 through 20.
Short title.
I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Thanks, Golden Gates. The short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
We now move, Mr. Chair, that clauses 2 through 28 be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded, members, that clause 2 through 28 of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 28 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the schedule be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I do now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to second that.
Been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Mr. Chair, we now move to the Road Traffic Amendment Number 2 bill that was debated, moved to second reading. We will now move this through. The clerks can provide. Mr. Chair, I do move for that the long title of a bill for an act to reform the law as it relates to the death by reckless or dangerous driving and to establish the offense of a vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, dangerous driving, and by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and by driving while committing the offense of driving while unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, and by driving with unbelted children or other persons as passengers, to provide for higher penalties for these road death offenses and for connected purposes thereto.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title and commencement be agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed. Any members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Short title and commencement of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 be agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that clause 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. Clause 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the schedule be now agreed.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The chair recognizes the member for Angleton.
The observation I will make, Mr. Chairman, is that first we were not alerted. This has been in committee for a while, and we were not alerted that it would be, you'd seek to move on it now. And secondly, the courtesy of allowing us to get a copy of it before you speed through would have been very helpful. But in any event, That's the only observations I wanted to make now, Mr. Chairman. We were not aware that with all the time this has been sitting in committee, that we would be proceeding with this today.
Mr. Chair, we debated this bill here back in January, and we had every intention of passing this bill back in January. But we held off because the Prime Minister wanted to have some comments on it at the time, but obviously the event overtook us in regards to COVID and other matters.
No, I said,
And so at the
just
end
let
of
us
the day,
know. That's all I said.
Mr. Chair, this was on the agenda for a very long time, and it was already moved to second reading.
Point taken. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair.
It's been we're moving it
Oh,
aside.
the whole, yes. I guess I'm getting into back and forth with Glennis. With Engliston, I'm forgetting that we're supposed to move that the bill in its entirety. We now agree.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many members are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The bill is agreed in its entirety. Now,
Mr. Chair, I do now move that the Speaker takes the chair. Mr. Chair, I second that.
being moved and seconded that the Speaker now do take the chair. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. The Speaker will now take the chair. Beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the bill, making no amendments.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the whole House has reported that the whole House has gone through the various bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters. Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to repeal the Bank and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes thereto.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes thereto. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the Deposit Insurance Corporation to provide for enhanced protection for depositors and for connected purposes thereto.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be Protection of Depositors Amendment Act 2020. For the third reading and passing of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to reform the law as it relates to the death by reckless or dangerous driving and to establish the offense of vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, dangerous driving, and by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and by driving while committing the offense of driving while unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, and by driving with unbelted children or other persons as passengers, to provide for higher penalties for these road death offenses and for connected purposes.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to reform the law as it relates to the death by reckless or dangerous driving and to establish the offenses of vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, dangerous driving, and by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and by driving while committing the offenses of driving while unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, and by driving with unbelted children or other persons as passengers, to provide for higher penalties for these road death offenses and for connected purposes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Order that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to reform the law as it relates to death by reckless or dangerous driving and to establish the offenses of vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, dangerous driving, and by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and by driving while committing the offenses of driving while unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, and by driving with unbelted children or other persons as passengers, to provide for higher penalties for these road death offenses and for connected purposes.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof be declared to be the Road Traffic Amendment Number 2 Act 2019. Further third reading and passing of bills. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further third readings.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. Member statements. Appointment of select committees. Just a moment. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hill. On member statement? Honorable member?
Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, colleagues, I just want to rise basically on behalf of the great people of the Garden Hills constituency and extend condolences to
three very important persons, Bahamians. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Exuma, has already extended condolences to the McKinsey family in Baratari, and I too would like to extend condolences to my family, a distinguished man in Baratari who's a leader in that community. And I'm sure his family understands that we couldn't make the funeral, but they know that we are committed, and as family members, we extend condolences so that his soul may rest in peace. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, to the family of Roland Moss, a distinguished FNM who carries or carried his membership with him all the time. We all know Cassius Moss is his brother, and another member of my constituency who fully appreciates what we have done. Mr. Moss was a distinguished gentleman, an honored gentleman who did his best to make sure his community was always at the forefront. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to extend condolences to the family of John Smith. John Smith was a candidate for the Free National Movement for the Rollville constituency when it was not popular to be a candidate. He went up against George Smith, and I think for the first time in Exuma, he came close in my hometown. Mr. Speaker, that must have been years ago because everybody know in modern times, my hometown my hometown like the like the member of Parliament for Forbes Hill knows, both my hometown and his hometown always support the Free National Movement. And so, Mr. Speaker, John Smith was a distinguished Bahamian. He represented this party very well. He was from Black Point, Exuma, and he made sure, Mr. Speaker, that Exuma was represented. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my family and, of course, all Exumians, I want to say to these three distinguished Bahamians, may their soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Desmond.
Mr. Speaker, when other persons want to list off every constituent in their constituency is okay. Don't do that. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence. I would like to convey condolences to the family, to Rosetta Hamilton and her family of Misty Gardens. Ms. Hamilton lost her husband on Saturday of 49 years. We all know him as Honey. And Mr. Speaker, our heart goes out to that family, and I want to convey my most sincere condolence to them. I want them to know that my thoughts and prayers are with them on behalf of my personal family and the FNM family of Southern Shores. I wish them our sincere sympathy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marathon.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising right now to speak on behalf of all the persons who may have lost loved ones in road traffic accidents. I know I lost my sister in one 30 plus years ago from Kemp Road, St. Matthew's Church member. But I lost her. We lost her. We lost her. Excellent teacher, 36 years old, Mr. Speaker. The fellow who went joyriding and killed her, he went on to live his life. with absolutely no penalty. I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm very appreciative to see what happened today. And I would do her memory an injustice if I didn't stand here and say that there are many Bahamian families that have been impacted by road traffic accidents. I think the member for Southern Shore says, but for a moment that could be you. But by the grace of God, it could be any one of us because we all have to traverse these roads. So first of all, I congratulate the minister, but I congratulate this entire honorable House for unanimously passing something that is going to change the course of the victims of this country, the road traffic accidents.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, sir, I want to offer a tribute, sir. It was just about a week, 10 days ago. We had tributes and condolences in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, for a former member of this House. And with your leave, sir, I would like to read a brief tribute from Sir Arthur Foat, my father, who also served in this chamber. A tribute to Peter Graham, sir. And I quote, before the historic political upheaval and transformation of the 60s and 70s, Peter Graham was to me just another member of a political establishment to which I was unalterably opposed. It was in the early 70s when the lines of party politics were being redrawn in the Bahamas that I got to know him. He was one of a group in the establishment who recognized and accepted the changes that were taking place in Bahamian politics and in the life of the nation. Peter knew that he had a part to play in that drama and that, in fact, it was time for him to exit the political arena. He did exactly that with grace and with honor. He and a few others pledged that they would never again run for political office in the Bahamas. He was nowhere near retirement age, but for the greater good of his country, as he saw it, he was willing to sacrifice a political career that might have continued for many years. It would have been an easy thing for him to re-enter politics later on, but he honored his pledge. Peter Graham was a charming, talented, and honorable Bahamian gentleman, and the country is poorer for his loss. End of quote. Joan and I extend our deepest sympathy to his family, and indeed the entire Folks family extend our sympathy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. There being no further member statements, we now go to your member statement. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Your indulgence. I see South Andrews looking very hard. But this lady, I want to just extend condolences to Ms. Shirley Provet. She lives in Elizabeth Estate on Convent Boulevard, just almost opposite Bishop Arnold Josie's church. She's a stalwart in the community and she's done a lot for young people. I do intend, Speaker, on this evening after leaving these horrible precincts to visit with her family and bring condolences on behalf of the community. And so I stand with someone that the member for South Andhra may know, Mr. Burrows, worthy opponent when I was campaigning in Yamakro. They call him Apple. I'll never forget him. Anglican cinnamon. And he celebrates Shirley Corbett, an apolitical lady who has done a lot for the community of this lining between Elizabeth Estate and Yamakro. So I extend condolences, and I'd like to say to the family that our prayers are with the family. I'll be there this evening to visit with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Appointment of select committees. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today is a very, for me, I find it to be very historical. And, you know, it has been 2 years since I would have given notice of a little over 2 years with regards to a motion for a select committee to investigate our national resources. And so on that note, I would, in the interest of time as well, I will not be long. I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister and of course the leader of government business in this honorable house. I also want to say thank you to the leader of the opposition and the leader of opposition business in this house. On that, and I say that, Mr. Speaker, with great appreciation, gratitude, and respect for this house and the institution of politics in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the Centerville Thumbs Up Award goes to Reverend Deacon Rule J. Strong, a very young preacher at St. Agnes Anglican Church, on his Independence Day sermon, whose theme was, in love, let's help the faithful come to a greater awareness of the place of love in our lives, as individuals and as a nation. He referenced the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, that it's filled with many honest and industrious families, with many pious souls who love and serve their Savior. It is no surprise then, from many pious souls who love and serve their Savior, should come an independent nation, seeing itself as united in these same two principles of love and service. Mr. Speaker, it's the love that we are called to experience and show each other.
Honorable member, if you can, for the record, read the statement for the select committee that you're moving, or you can wait until the end and do it.
It's in the
It's okay, very good.
It's going to be a part of it. Thank you. That's giving a preferable and loving introduction. An appreciative introduction. So when we think of the love of God, and when we think of doing our part to share that love with others, we must think about everyone, the whole world, the whole universe, and even beyond that. I am adopting, Mr. Speaker, the entire sermon of Father Rule Strong. However, I will only be reading excerpts of it. It ought to be then, with this love enriching our lives, that we give meaning in its truest and fullest expression of being one people united in love and service. Love that flows, Mr. Speaker, from God into every human heart and fills all life, ought to be understood as being at the very heart of our national life. As we move forward, upward, onward, together, we must come to the realization that every national anthem we sing, every national pledge we say, every sitting of this House of Parliament, every pot of peas and rice we cook, every switcher we drink, every conch style we knock, every junkanoo rush we have, means absolutely nothing unless it is done with and in the perfect love of God. It is that love, Mr. Speaker, which has always and will continue to urge us on as people. And those were his words. He continued, Mr. Speaker, and said, imagine, they'll know we are Christian. They'll know we are Bahamian by our love. Imagine that with our consecration of heart and life to the pursuit of a common loftier goal, we can show forth the love that asks, no questions. The love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and our best. The love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine that all of our good intentions, our efforts, our hopes, and our dreams as a people are bolstered by the love we are bound to share with others. Imagine us as a people who reach deeper and deeper in love and service of God and of others. Imagine that we here in the Bahamas even love our enemies. Imagine it, go live it, and may God so grant it. And those were the words, Mr. Speaker. And I thank Father Rollstraughn and the impact he will have on the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, especially in celebration of our 47th year. Mr. Speaker, I have called for a select committee to investigate all matters relative to our natural resources, the natural resources of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, above, on, or below the terrain and or sea, to identify the sources of the natural resources that contribute or should contribute to the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as well as entities, historical and current, engaged in extraction, identify areas of disbursement, recommend to Parliament mechanisms to enhance accountability and transparency in awarding contracts for exploration and extraction, and receipt of any disbursements, and to enhance the contractual monitoring program, and to consider and suggest the best ways to ensure that the birthright of every Bahamian is legally protected, with powers, the committee with powers to send for any person and papers, and with leave to sit from place to place, and with leave to sit during the recess. Mr. Speaker, we would want to consider proposals. We would want this committee to consider proposals and to review heads of agreements as it relates to our natural resources. A few years ago, Mr. Speaker, I would have served notice on this House for a future meeting and indicated an interest, as I would have said before, to investigate all of these matters as related to natural resources. I remember, Mr. Speaker, many years ago, the song we sang in our schools, anthem. The song went, "This land is my land. This land is your land. From Grand Bahama to Inagua, from the Berry Islands across to Mayaguana, this land was made for you and for me." That was the song children sang in the schools back then. I am not sure, Mr. Speaker, what our children are singing now. I'm not sure of what story is being told in our schools. I'm not sure what we own, what belongs to us, the Bahamian people. And I am sure neither are many of us. There was an act, Mr. Speaker, to establish a sovereign wealth fund. The act was established in 2016. The purpose of this act and the purpose of this fund was to save and invest surplus funds derived from oil, gas, minerals, and other natural resources, and to provide a heritage for future generations of the citizens of the Bahamas. It was established, Mr. Speaker, to support and increase savings for future generations of Bahamians, to enhance sustainable, long-term capital growth for the Bahamas. It was established, Mr. Speaker, to support and promote any other strategic development objective in the Bahamas. This fund, Mr. Speaker, was earmarked for sovereignty, sustainability, and for future generations. We were to establish the Sovereign Wealth Fund account and to have a custody bank. There was to be an appointment of a board for the fund. Mr. Speaker, I reviewed the act, and the act does not define our natural resources. However, there's indication that it refers to oil, gas, minerals, and other. The other, Mr. Speaker, includes our terrain, our seabeds, our land, our underwater treasures, our airspace, and it also includes, Mr. Speaker, our salt, our sand, our limestone, and most importantly, our resources include our people. The Sovereign Fund Act, Mr. Speaker, created a framework for use of the country's natural resources for sustainable economic growth and development. And although it was largely spurred on by increased interest in oil exploration, it provided the framework to tap into revenue from other natural resources, potentially reopening the national direction on resources such as aragonite, sand, limestone, and salt. In keeping with many international sovereign wealth funds, the Act cites stabilization and safeguarding of our revenue for future generations as one of the fund's key benefits. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the funds should not be used for capital expenditures and or to satisfy any debt of the government. The sovereign wealth funds are usually state-owned funds established from the balance of payment surpluses, fiscal surpluses, proceeds of privatization, receipts from resources and exports, or other similar sources. The funds, Mr. Speaker, are typically used to fund social and economic development and providing stabilization of countries' budgets and economies. Mr. Speaker, these things include water, our seas, our fresh water, land, soil, rocks, forests, animals, including fisheries, fossil fuels, and minerals. They are called natural resources and are the basis of life on Earth. All those mentioned above, Mr. Speaker, are natural and they exist in nature, not human created. So what are the existing resources that appear in our revenue? Mr. Speaker, in the budget of 2017 and 18, we would have seen royalties from aragonite mining. We also seem to be getting some royalties for the sale of sand. We got funds from the sale of land. And according to forecasts, we would have been receiving some 3.2 million from the rental of our seabed. Based on the Act, Mr. Speaker, we should have approximately 4.5 million in the Sovereign Wealth Fund if the funds from those particular natural resources went to our Sovereign Wealth Fund, which was established to fund social, economic, stability, as well as educational development programs. A major component of the over-the-hill development initiative, as well as a major component with regard to the environmental aspects of the Ministry of Environment. The Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, and the United States, Mr. Speaker, in January 2017, renewed an agreement for the Americans to continue to operate the Ortec base in Andros, which received $11.8 million in rental agreement. The new agreement includes a 4% increase in the cost of rent for the Andros property. Should this not be a part of our sovereign fund, ensuring that future generations are adequately educated and trained, and may at some point assist with the engineering missions of Ortec? The Select Committee, Mr. Speaker, will review all agreements so that Bahamians are aware of what we have. The islands of the Bahamas, a place, a people, and a personality worth fighting for. The father of our nation said it and said it well. If you ain't willing to fight for it, you don't deserve it. Well, those 6,000 households, voters in Centerville, sent me here, Mr. Speaker, not only to fight for them, but to fight for all their aunties and uncles and cousins, which are spread throughout the length and breadth of this Bahamas. So parliamentarians, I am fighting for you. Bahamians, I am fighting for you. I don't care what they say about us. They say we don't know how to, we don't work hard. They call us lazy. I don't care what they say about us. You know, let us talk about us. I mean, even don't let us talk about us like that. But I am here fighting for you. I'm fighting for you too, and I'm fighting for your children and your grandchildren because I'm fighting a good fight. The sovereign wealth funds are there to aid in national policies and to stimulate financial markets. Many of these funds around the world have its social and economic infrastructure. The sovereign wealth fund, Mr. Speaker, is in it for the long term. The Bahamian people are here for the long term. Generations will remember this shift in cultural ownership and the unlocking of the potential of our heritage and our mind. This will embrace transformational thinking that the Bahamas and the Bahamian people have voted for in 2017. It is in a unique position to anticipate long-term opportunities. Therefore, we should be able to present more favorable valuation and expected returns. This is not a political fund. It's not a fund for the short term or for the now. It is not a fund even for 5 years. It is a fund that will force us to think about the next generation, not selfishly, but purposely. So any member of parliament who sits in this place but ignores the cry of the next generation is not only in the wrong place, but in the wrong place and at the wrong time. It is the people's time. And this is a people's legislation. This is your opportunity to show the Bahamian people who you really believe in. Do you believe in them? Do you believe in our children? Do you believe in a quick political fix, which may or may not get you elected in the next 2 years? We can only be empowered, Mr. Speaker, when we first have knowledge. And this select committee will bring the knowledge to the people. We have schools in Centerville that need total rebuilding. Notice I didn't say renovations or repair, rebuilding. If we're going to talk about technology and making the inner city a smart zone, let's bring our school facilities up to standard. Let's talk about smart building code, smart space, and environmental mental capacity. Our classes are overcrowded, ventilation, emergency exits have not been assessed, access and facilitation for physically disabled not in place. Where is the sovereign wealth fund for our children, for our physically challenged, for future generations of Bahamians? Where is the 4.5 million from Aragonite, sand, land, and seabeds? Where, Mr. Speaker? Where's the 11.8 million from the Ortec Basin and Andros? And this is what I believe the sovereign fund should be about. It's about the Bahamian people, those yet unborn. Mr. Speaker, I alluded earlier to the governance structure of the central bank. And the act in 2016 would have given the central bank the authority back then to establish a bank account with a financial institution, and to then, with the approval of the board, to establish a financial institution. That has not been done. So the issue is not about the respect for the institution of the central bank, because I know they know I respect them. It's about the politicizing of institutions where we do not get where we need to go because of politics. Mr. Speaker, there was a part of my presentation that spoke to the Minister of Environment and his housing comments that he would have made in 2018 at the United Nations. And he spoke about the Minister of Environment and Housing know what my issue is with the environment and the housing community in Centerville. And I still think there's a lot of work that can be done from there. But he did state about the lack of coordination and integration across government departments and formulating proper strategies and policies and the vulnerability of our society. He spoke about poverty and the elderly and children, and all of these are issues that might not directly be a part of his environment, but he spoke to them at the UN, and I totally agreed with his comments, and so I had put them in this presentation. But I wanted to just highlight them to say that these are the social programs and the social development programs, socioeconomic development patterns that we need to consider when we're looking at what the natural resources can do to help our communities to be in a place that we need it to be to make sure that it benefits the people of the Bahamas. I just wanted on that note, though, I'd like to ask the minister to, if he can table, I think he had mentioned his assessment of the Aragonite. He said he had a committee that made an assessment of some of the natural resources. And I think I heard him mention it outside, but if he could bring it to the table, and hopefully this committee, if passed, would be able to pull these assessments forward, because, it's very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to hear even some parliamentarians talk about what sand, what aragonite, what this. It's like a narrative out there that we don't have these things. And it's not true. I mean, we all see the barging into our seas, and we see more, and I mean, that's the other part of the debate on what do we have and how it can benefit the Bahamian people, and we're not talking about any small amount of contribution to our socioeconomic development. We think, and I stand to be corrected, and hopefully through this select committee, I could understand why we're only getting $17 or whatever that is in the last budget for our natural resources. And maybe it'll help me to understand, and maybe I could have the right thing that I'm saying to be, because I do believe there's so much in our natural resources. And I think our Sovereign Wealth Fund would have been able to help us through this whole Dorian COVID-19 process and program. The borrowing now is getting to me. Like once it's, you're at 50%, 55, 60%, when you start getting to 80%, I'm getting a little nervous now. And why am I getting nervous? It's because I don't know if my children will be able to maintain a certain level of Bahamian lifestyle that we ourselves work so hard for. And so I think that we need to make sure that we tap into these natural resources, and even the Natural Resources Association. I think it's important to give them some credit. They've done a lot of work. So let's stop the narrative. It ain't nothing out there. Why y'all so concerned with that? No, let's help them along. They have something. It's got to be something. I mean, I believe it's something based on what I've seen. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to be brief. I didn't really want to be extensive in terms of my motion. But I appreciate colleagues. I think I think you all. Well, I can't speak for you all, but I know that all of us in here, and I hope that all of us are doing the best we can. But I'm very proud of this today, and that's why I had to thank everyone and all persons who even because this isn't an easy thing to do, just to say it. And I want people to understand that, you come to Parliament, you end up being independent. Hopefully after this, I could ask for an independent seat at the Senate where we could decide. Where we could decide, we could have a person up there, the Speaker, you understand where I'm coming from. But, okay. Mr. Speaker. Michael, you're a senior member. I'd have to sit and, would you like to? No? Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I move a motion today for a select committee to investigate all matters relative to our natural resources in the Commonwealth in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I went through the whole extraction and exploration part, so I won't say that again. But what I want to end with, one of our good St. Agnes hymns, and I'm not going to sing it, but I will just say the first verse. I'll say the first verse, which I just want to conclude with. Right. So right after this, I'll be saying thank you. I'll wait for a second. I don't know. I do know. Mr. Speaker, and the hymn, that's hymn 742. I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of my love, the love that asks no question, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice. Thank you very much, members of Parliament. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of the hardworking, industrious people of the great constituency, Golden Isles. I'm grateful to Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, for touching the hearts of the voters to elect me to represent them and to be their voice maximized in this historic place and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I concur with the member from Centerville with regards to this historic occasion as we participate in this debate for a select committee on natural resources, which I will gladly second. I'm thankful to the member for Kalani, our Prime Minister, to the leader of government business, the member for Bamboo Town, to the leader of the opposition, and the leader of opposition business in this house. I'm particularly thankful to the Prime Minister and the leader of government business for keeping their word. And their word was their bond. And I'm going to publicly say thank you very much. I appreciate it and appreciate this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by reflecting for a moment and to pay homage and salute one of our distinguished patriotic sons whose shoulders we are standing on as we debate this issue. He has been the unofficial leader of this movement for many years. He's the local expert who has been educating and informing Bahamians all over the country, most times at no cost. He is owed a debt that cannot be paid, and in my opinion, is a national hero. He hails from that big continent to the west, the island of Andros, Stanyard Creek, currently resides in North Blanket Sound, Central Andros, at his business establishment, the Stafford Creek Lodge. I speak of none other than Mr. Prescott Smith, an outstanding Bahamian. Mr. Speaker, as you, the members of this House, and others are aware, I've been talking about our natural resources as an integral part of the solution to our social and economic challenges from day one. And that has never changed. I believed then, and I still do believe now, that is where our new streams of revenue will be discovered. Mr. Speaker, today's debate, in my opinion, is not about politics. It is not about the red, the yellow, the green, or whatever. This debate is about the black, the gold, and the aquamarine. This is about what I believe is best for the Bahamas, for Bahamians from Grand Bahama to Inagua, and from Bimini and the Berry Islands to Maguana. As the member for Centerville alluded to, I also grew up with the familiar words of the song, "This land is my land. This land is my land. This land is your land. This land was made for you and me." I grew up believing those words, Mr. Speaker. But as an adult, as I reflect, I realize that like many other Bahamians, I got swayed. Much of this land, Mr. Speaker, does not belong to the average Bahamian. To believe that, in my opinion, is a dream, it's a fallacy, it's a farce. It's wishful thinking, and will soon become a nightmare if we continue in the present trajectory, in my opinion. I'm standing today, Mr. Speaker, heartbroken, disappointed, sometimes feeling helpless and almost hopeless, but for a God who is just, who is omnipotent, who is sovereign. He is in control. I cannot explain why I've been so persistent, so passionate in speaking about our natural resources. But there was always an inner force driving me, compelling me to keep doing it. And I did. Mr. Speaker, all I consistently would hear was, there's nothing to Aragonite. Accept it. Move on. They lied to you. People are talking but cannot prove anything. Talk is cheap. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, it was during the recent budget debate, Wednesday, the 10th of last month, when I tabled this document that ranked the Bahamas number 66 in total trade value. I presented it, I tabled it, and I asked the question several times, what is this? Through April, there's a total of 1.14 billion. Exports total 1.03 billion. I can
consistently asked, what, I even held it up to, what is this? What is this? I didn't get any answers. But Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, ask and it shall be given. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and the doors shall be opened. I was obedient to that divine spiritual law found in Matthew 7:7. Mr. Speaker, I asked, and I was amazed at the answers that I got. And I will gladly share them. And I too intend, Mr. Speaker, at the conclusion, to table this document. Mr. Speaker, my focus on a natural resource is that of the limestone, which we call quarry or curry, which is rich in calcium carbonate. Mr. Speaker, limestone activities points of fact. There are some principal foreign entities, buyers among them, Martin Marietta Materials Incorporated, DuPont, Kinder Morgan Terminals, the CSL Group and CSL Americas, United States Customs and Border Protection, Harmonized Tariff Schedule of the United States. Mr. Speaker, Martin Marietta Materials Incorporated is a natural resource-based building material company. The headquarters is in Raleigh, North Carolina, United States of America. Martin Marietta is traded on the New York Stock Exchange and is number 187 on the S and the P 500 index. As of the market close on Friday, July 3rd, Friday past, the company has a market capitalization of 13.3 billion US dollars, as reported by the New York Stock Exchange. On May 5th, 2020, the company reported in its first quarter results of $958.2 million, of which $831.1 million was from its building materials business. The company supplies aggregates from its network of more than 300 quarries, mines, and distribution yards throughout the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean islands, including the Bahamas. The company has long-term agreements with shipping companies to provide ships to transport their aggregate from the Bahamas. Of the more than 300 quarries, 124, they own the land free of major encumbrances. The natural question would be, are any of these land in the Bahamas? 59 are owned in part and leased in part. Or any these land in the Bahamas? If so, they owned in part with whom? Leased from whom? 109 and the 9 are leased land. Are any of these direct leased land in the Bahamas? If so, leased from whom? There are 10 land properties that are neither owned nor leased, where raw materials are removed under an agreement, or any of these land in the Bahamas. Is it possible that we may be giving a $13.3 billion publicly trading company free access to our natural resources without getting a dollar? Not even receiving a dollar to buy one common share of their stock that closed at $213.49
on Friday past. Mr. Speaker, in February past, they reported on their 2019 Form 10K to the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, that December 31, 2019, it had $49.7 million of property, plant, and equipment located in the Bahamas and Canada. Who or what is their reported asset value in the Bahamas? Of that amount, just what is it? Bahama Rock Limited, a Bahamian corporation, is 100% owned by Martin Marietta Materials Incorporated. Mr. Speaker, DuPont Nutrition and Biosciences, a $26.2 billion division of DuPont, is a world leader of innovative and sustainable solutions across food, health, pharma, and the biotech industries. On December 15th, 2019, DuPont Nutrition and Biosciences announced a merger with International Flavor and Fragrances, IFF, to form a $45.5 billion enterprise. This merger is expected to close in 2021. Mr. Speaker, DuPont uses calcium extracts from limestone for pig and poultry diet formulation. I repeat, DuPont uses calcium extracts from limestone for pig and poultry diet formation. Kinder Morgan Terminals is a provider of limestone to Dome Technology Incorporated, an industry leader in concrete dome construction. CSL Group, CSL America, shipping company, the leading provider of marine dry bulk cargo handling and delivery services. Just recently, he signed a long relationship that got longer. Earlier this year, with Martin Marietta, signed a multi-year extension for their freight contract with CSL America. The aggregates are listed in construction as well as highway and infrastructure projects throughout the United States. The United States Custom and Border Protection harmonized tariff schedule of the United States. Mr. Speaker, limestone is duty-free. Limestone exported from the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, from February 2019, February of last year, to June 2020, for the past 16 months, 119 individual shipments of limestone, including limestone sand, was identified. 10 vessels transported the limestone, which are owned by 2 shipping companies. The shipments went to 11 seaports. Collectively, 4 companies were the recipient of the limestone shipments. DP Aggregates Terminal, some 40,400,000 kilograms of limestone. DuPont, some 89,514,340 kilograms of limestone. Kinder Morgan Terminals, some 313,480,000 kilograms of limestone. Martin Marietta Aggregates Incorporated, some 3,735,000,000 809,900 kilograms of limestone shipped from the Bahamas, from Freeport, Grand Bahama, to ports in the United States, Lake Charles, Louisiana, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, Panama City, Florida, Tampa, Florida, Port Manatee, Florida, Port Canaveral, Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina, Richmond, Petersburg, Virginia. Mr. Speaker, some 4,179,204,000 and the 240 kilograms of limestone shipped from Grand Bahama at $1.30, approximately $1.30, 31 cents per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, placing the value at approximately $5.5 billion, billion with a B, 5,477,554 billion with a B dollars shipped out of the Bahamas to the United States of America. And they've been telling us, Mr. Speaker, that our natural resources have no value. Mr. Speaker, that's just the last 16 months, from February of 2019 to June of 2020, almost $5.5 billion limestone shipped out of our country. Mr. Speaker, how long has this been occurring in our country? Aragonite from Ocean Key, salt from Inagua, limestone from Grand Bahama, sand, but yet, Mr. Speaker, no sovereign wealth fund. In Grand Bahama, people are living in their vehicles, living on beaches, living with family members, living with friends. Many had to relocate. Partially, Mr. Speaker, because successive administrations have not seen the value and importance of a sovereign wealth fund. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, how beneficial that would be today in light of this current pandemic and what it's doing to our economy? Mr. Speaker, they're preparing to drill for oil. It was postponed from March to May, and now postponed from May to October or November later this year. 14% royalties for the Bahamas, 14% royalties. Mr. Speaker, still no sovereign wealth fund. The economic disparity is just simply too great. The gap between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots, is just simply too great, Mr. Speaker. One of the results of this pandemic is the new norm is forecasted to include joblessness or unemployment and poverty to another level. Mr. Speaker, the preamble of our Constitution says, whereas the people of the family of islands, recognizing that the preservation of their freedom will be guaranteed by a national commitment to self-discipline, industry, loyalty, unity, and an abiding respect for Christian values and rule of law. Mr. Speaker, industry refers to hard work, also to economic activity concerned with the processing of raw materials and manufacture of goods in factories. How come, Mr. Speaker, all the time they were mining aragonite on Ocean Key? Could have been an industry for us. Limestone could have been, can still be an industry for us. Salt could have been, can be an industry for us. Our fresh water could have been and can be an industry for us. our pine forest can still be an industry, viable industries for us, Mr. Speaker, from our natural resources. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appeal to Bahamians to open their eyes and see what is happening right before us in broad daylight. We have no natural resources, value nothing. But yet, Mr. Speaker, in the last 16 months, we exported limestone from Freeport, Grand Bahama, with a value of approximately $5.5 billion. How much of that went to our treasury, Mr. Speaker? How much, Mr. Speaker? How has it affected in a positive way the people of Grand Bahama? How has it affected in a positive way Bahamians? And so, Mr. Speaker, this interest that's looming for Morgan's Bluff, for North Andros. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I want to speak up. As I said, Morgan's Bluff is in their view. They are aggressively pursuing Morgan's Bluff. And a part of it, Mr. Speaker, as they stated in it, was for aggregates. But, Mr. Speaker, also, Morgan's Bluff in the north, Mayaguana in the south, aggressively pursuing that also. Mr. Speaker, our people, we obviously are not aware of the value of our resources, our natural resources.
Chair recognizes Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I only want to put it on the record so it's not in the headline tomorrow about Andres being sold and whatever. I can put it in Bahamian terms. It ain't gonna happen. All right? No aggregate there. It's not gonna happen.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, what will be left for the average Bahamian, Mr. Speaker? And I'm happy, I'm thankful for the member for Kalani and his statement. But I must continue in the same vein as what's at the rate, what will be left for the average common Bahamian? Mr. Speaker, Proverbs 13 and 22 states, a good man leaves an inheritance, leaves equity for his children. Mr. Speaker, what will I have to leave behind? Mr. Speaker, what will the residents of Golden Isles have to leave behind? Mr. Speaker, the residents of Golden Isles, an ordinary, common, everyday Bahamian, would like to own a piece of the rock also. So, Mr. Speaker, to the average, common, everyday Bahamian, a poor, marginalized, underprivileged, locked out and feel boxed in. Mr. Speaker.
You're listening to live coverage of the House of Assembly via the Parliamentary channel. We'll rejoin coverage of the House of Assembly following the evening news. This is Edna's Radio, 1540 AM, 104.5 FM, the national voice of the Bahamas. The time is 6:30 and news is next over the Bahamas Radio Network. This is the Bahamas Radio Network.
natural resources. Mr. Speaker, may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And oh, Mr. Speaker, make that wealth more common. Long live the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that the following select committee be appointed. A select committee to investigate all matters relative to natural resources of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas above or below the terrain or sea, to identify the sources of the natural resources that contribute to the sovereign wealth fund, as well as the entire historical and current, engage in extraction, identify areas of disbursements, recommend to Parliament mechanisms to enhance accountability and transparency in awarding contracts for exploration and extraction and receipt of disbursements, and to consider and suggest the best ways to ensure that the birthright of every Bahamian is legally protected, with powers to send for persons and papers, with leave to sit from place to place, and with leave to sit during the recess. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, this afternoon I join my parliamentary colleagues, the member for Centerville, who leads the Select Committee on Natural Resources, and the member for Golden Isles, and hopefully others will join. In this Select Committee on Natural Resources, as we head into our country's 47th anniversary of independence, we want to salute all Bahamians far and wide this afternoon. I would also like to note, Mr. Speaker, that generally for some housekeeping matters, I would think that at this time, when many in the public are saying you're not present in the House, we should have been able to have some level of adjustments of these cameras in this honorable place after all these weeks, so that members who are sitting further afield in the gallery area could also be seen at this time. We have enough technical manpower in this country between the Broadcasting Corporation. I said members sitting beyond these regular thresholds. I know of which I speak. People are still asking if you're still in the Parliament. That's all I'm asking for. So I'm saying that we're asking that those cameras could be adjusted, so that members could be seeing as much as those, as frequently as those who are sitting within the regular format of this honorable place. I know of which I speak. Also, Mr. Speaker, I must say that COVID-19 is present with us. The numbers are getting higher in North America. And also, by the same token, then we should be able to show, like the members of North Andros and the North Central, the Lucia areas are sitting, we should have at this time some desk, some tables that reflect this honorable place and its standard and its bearing and its marking. I think by now we should have had better tables in this Parliament that reflects this honorable place. And I think we should look at it very shortly, because if we're going to be in this format, it should also reflect the general makeup of this honorable place. The members shouldn't have to be trying to rush into this general standard area as compared to having to sit in the more extensive areas in the extended old gallery of this Parliament, this honorable place. I have, Mr. Speaker, shadow remit for the environment, so therefore I would speak not as maybe to the speakers and all the other general concerns that the member for Golden Eyes spoke about. I'll just speak generally for the Bahamians, to the Bahamians and those who would understand. Note the fact that Bahamas has the largest bonefish population in the world. Andros has the largest flats in the Bahamas. And the guides from Lovell to South Andros are critical to its protection and critical to its training program and its preservation for years to come. The Bahamas has the third largest barrier reef in the world, next to Australia and Belize. Also, the Bahamas has the largest mangrove nursery system in the entire Caribbean region, and many may say even in the Western world. I'm proud this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, to note that Andros has the largest amount of blue holes in the Bahamas. And the Bahamas, as was mentioned earlier by both members, has the purest limestone in the Western world. Islands like Crooked Island and Acklins has shown potential for the cascarilla and is very critical as an ingredient for the Campari drink for those who are inclined to have a little stomach for something for the stomach's sake. Thought I'd bring a little smile to the face, remember, for Southern Shores. They hasn't smiled all day. The Southern Islands have huge potential for salt production. Long Island, Rugged Island, the Exumas, and we all know the history of molten salt in the Inaguas. The reef system in the Bahamas is the envy of the world. Scuba diving and snorkeling leaves much to be enjoyed by locals and visitors alike. There's tremendous potential. This time, I guess the member for Freetown was absent today. It's out there, selling the virtues and beauty and the picturesque waters of our beautiful and turquoise waters of our beautiful land. Tremendous potential. But you can just go further afield and join me as I was just on Saturday past in Mangrove Key for the homegoing for Auntie Pay. And go to Andros. I invite you to go to Andros. I didn't just say Blue Hill, I could say Smithville. I didn't say just Breaksville, I can also say Smithville. And we could do some bird watching or some kayaking in the north or south or central bight, or reef fishing just off Stanyard Creek or Stafford Creek, or off Drakesville, some deep water fishing and trolling, some nature hiking, and then Corpus through the islands, especially South Beach from Duncombe Corpus to Deep Creek, the real Corpus. But, Mr. Speaker, as I stand this afternoon for my very brief presentation, there's something that Bahamians this afternoon have been very concerned about, some developments. Back in 1979, about the time I was almost getting ready to come out of high school, the Progressive Liberal Party at that time, headed by the father of our nation as we head to our 47th anniversary of independence, his government would have laid in this place and had passed the Immovable Property Act of 1979, the historic act, and it led to those, although foreigners and others who were expatriates could have come to this country and own land, they would have had to develop those land within a certain time frame and have meaningful in development, and also show the track and the benchmarking for Bahamians to be a part of this process. But after 1992 was 1994, the first Ingham administration passed the International Persons Land Holding Act of January 1994 that led to, should I say, much dislocation for the everyday Bahamian when we look at land ownership in our Commonwealth today. This is something that both administrations post-1994 has been grappling with. It has not left a very good taste in the everyday Bahamian's mouth. The land cost in our country has gone through the sky. Many Bahamians, the everyday Bahamian who is working as a car retail salesperson or security guard, KFC, Wendy's, or straw vendor for the most part, unless you have what we call a government job or can carry a secure letter to one of our financial institutions, cannot qualify for land. And it has led to a spirit of entrapment and bitterness in the mouth of many Bahamians today. They're very concerned about it. And it is something that we must find a way to cure. We must operate in a very curative mode on this issue. That International Persons Land Holding Act of 1994 has done irreparable damage to many of our people's psyche and our very own society this afternoon. Highways have been built. Beautiful cement buildings have been built. Sidewalks have been constructed. Bridges have been built. But our people's mind are still drifting somewhere out there. How can I be a part of this land that I love as a Bahamian, an ethnocentric Bahamian, owning a piece of my rock? It is still a concern that people are grappling with this afternoon. The member for Golden Isles noted very well, cyan mining is a big issue that needs to be regulated. It's being dug all over the place. And then the Family Islands is now a new thing, where we see sand being moved. And from our keys, we're hearing stories. But of course, we know the Bahamas is a very expansive land. You can't protect every land and every key. So I'm not even going to try to blame that on no particular arm of government or minister, what have you. And a good member for Marathon is a good overnight. And me being a chancellor, right, we go way back. So I've been attacking with that this afternoon. And so there are certain things you leave for beyond these halls. But that's where we are this afternoon. But as a proud Southern Joseph, I plan to come to this place on Wednesday morning, Bamboo Town. I'm telling you now so you could correct the record and make sure my name is in the book as a senior member. I leave on Wednesday afternoon to go to South Andros to be there for Independence celebration and return through Mangrove Key Thursday morning because the plane and the flights are not regulated yet. So you and Kalani got to help me with that. We got to get planes and flights moving to Andros on a sustained basis so that senior men like myself could traverse my constituency much easier. It should not be happening in the 21st century Bahamas. And they are saying that they can't do it because of cost and any number of excuses they are giving to our people in that community. But in our time, Mr. Speaker, you may now go, we had something called lime kill. But you had plenty benefits and the accoutrements of the modern soil over the years. But there's something called lime kill where the old people used to have to put the casual in the trees that the member Talker Michael and those would have cut down, we call it cut down the other day along the Yamaco Hill Road. And those trunks would have been used to burn for days. You had the big rocks, those trunks burning along with the conch shells. And that lime was used to build limestone houses back in the day with the thatch roofs. When you got shingle, half of them say you were a real man in them days. They went sponging when they could shingle the roof. You look like a 21st century man back in those days. Lime kill. Well, I know many people know that name. That's a real down home name. So, the member for Kalani would know when I talk about lime kill. He went to St. Augustine's. He ain't nobody know lime kill. So don't mind him say he sold newspaper with good shoes on. We ain't had much of good shoes in them days back in the islands. But they would tabby their homes with lime kill. And so therefore, I must say that lime kill was so strong, and if you don't be careful, the lime could cut your hand. You got to be careful how you use the lime. But I'll move quickly from lime kill to, we've also in the Bahamas, North Andros, we've seen the killing, not from lime kill, but towards not being very careless and much disregard to our cultural resources as we talk about our human and natural resources. Quickly, let's move as we are about to open up the Bahamas and be doing so sequentially and be listening to the member for Kalani and the competent authority make the decisions on that matter. But I'm looking at the days when I would have been a part of the team at the Broadcasting Corporation, when the member for West Grand Bahama would have been but a fledgling member of that staff, a young member. I would have already been a seasoned member in that staff already. And hosting for 10 consecutive years the most listened and most rated morning show in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It was simply called the Good Morning Bahamas Show. And I must say quickly that you could ask anybody, everyone knew the name. Everyone in those days would have knew Rush Limbaugh. Everyone knew the hometown boy. That's how you simply rated it. Anywhere you go, all they asked was, we want Poise. If you ain't want Poise, you don't want no one else. That's it. But when you landed in the communities of Cat Island, in the mid-1990s when I returned from UWI, you had the proud sound of Rake and Spring. When I went to Eleuthera, you had Dr. Seabreeze in Eleuthera for the Pineapple Festival with Jackie and Tommy Thompson at the Ministry of Tourism. When you went on Arawaki, was just coming around in those days, but you would have gone to the Dundas Center for the Performing Arts, or you went over the hill in the Grove, Ed Moxie. You had the art and poetry with the late Kayla Lockhart Edwards and others at that time, Winston Saunders, the late James Catlin. You felt something cultural about the Bahamas, and as we speak about the natural resources, We are losing that Bahamian identification element in this natural resource process. Years ago, I was so proud when I stood as ambassador to CARICOM and we had our last head meeting, I think, in 2016. To see those youngsters beating the drums, the way I saw when I visited Arusha in Tanzania, or when I went to Brussels, or when we went on to Mexico, to see the pride in their cultural expression. I feel as if something, I spoke to the teacher the other day and almost brought tears to my eyes. We talk about the building of things, but our people are being left behind. And especially our cultural expression for our young men. And a member for Kalani should be able to identify with this as a Junkanua from the best Junkanu group in the Western world. The fact of the matter is, young men culturally express themselves very strong and symbolically through what they identify with. We are not doing that any longer. Our dance theater is gone. The National Performing Arts Center, what we all call the old Shirley Street Theater, why is nothing happening there? Why is there not a very strong line item in our budget for it to happen? We must keep these natural resources. And on top of that, quickly, Mr. Speaker, before I go back to the other element, our food is also a part of our natural resources. We have many persons, over 66 different nationalities are part of our society, making up a part of our ethos and how we do things. But God Nils, you must realize, although we welcome our friends, I spent many good years in Jamaica, we would use peas and rice. It ain't gonna be rice and peas in the Bahamas. Kong salad has got to be Kong salad. I would love to have the good, what do you call the black rice from Haiti? I love that black rice from Haiti. I love that. What do you call it, member for Southern Shores? I love that rice, man. You know, I don't know what it's called, but I mean, it has a good taste to it. You and I just drove the street in Haiti together. No pun intended. I don't get caught up in negativity. I'm a Caribbean man. Yes, and we saw cane on the side of the road. You told me don't eat the corn in Haiti on the side of the road. You say, be careful. So I want all my Haitian friends to hear that. It wasn't me, it was you. That's only a sideshow. We ate corn, former member for Foxwood and St. Vincent and also in St. Lucia. I'm an island boy. I see roast corn on the road. I stop and I have some roast corn in Casal, what have you. But the reality is that we are losing all of these things that are uniquely Bahamian. That's why when I asked for the protection at our Fortescue Dock for our people, so that we could have the band song. When me and the member for Carmichael would have walked into Papine back in the day, you had managed water, but every evening you had rake and scrape. You saw that. And you felt something uniquely Jamaican while you were there. You go anywhere in this town, you hardly see a Bahamian band in this country. We've got to fix that. Our people are not proud. It can't be where our people prefer to hear any other music or any other song. I'm not going to be naming this afternoon more than their own song. We must bring, that's why I tell people at the end of the day, I had some challenges with the Junkanoo Carnival Golden Gate. But at the end of the day, it allowed more creativity in writing and artistry to be brought forward in the Bahamas in the last few years. That has been stopped. Quickly, the rock mining element in Grand Bahama has been of much concern. And I heard of the numbers given by the member for Golden Isles. Much concern. But I was glad to hear the member for Kalani mention the fact that the water tables of Anjos will be protected. The Morgan's Bluff Development Plan would not be going forward without further consultation or maybe ever. Because many were concerned about the issue of land grab. And it was coined by many in a pretty negative way. But I think there could have been further discussion on it going forward so that both sides could have some benefit if that was to be the decision of the government. But the people had to be involved. The people of Anjou had to been a part of this process in no small way. People in our country want to know simply, what are the possible returns to them? They are listening to us talking about grappling with
6 minutes
fiscal
until 7 o'clock.
deficits and also the exogenous shocks that we face all the
The
time.
Lady Matilda will be
But in the
taking flight
meantime, though,
tomorrow
Mayor
until
Guana,
5 p.m.
There's so
sailing
much
at 8
concern about the
p.m.
I Group
for
development there
Mayaguana
and
and
the Deepwater
Denali
Harbor,
from the Porter's Key
and
dock.
people are still feeling left out in the Mayaguanas.
A
The
bunch of keys
funding,
with a
the
red
sponging
tag
industry,
was mistakenly
another issue that
moved
we are grappling with.
from
I see
Three
persons like
S's
Marvin
Bakery
Miller
today.
in Mangrove Key,
The
and
finders
we
asked to
didn't complete
contact
the
the owner
project
at
with Lundy
telephone
Moxie and
numbers
Mangrove Key with a proper
422-4743
facility to allow for
or
harvesting of sponge.
356-3807 as
I must
soon
say,
as
for
possible.
the most part, those who've been paying for the sponges in the farm islands have been taking
A
advantage
private
of us
funeral service for
small sponges in these
Christine
farm islands.
Elaine Beckles, age
That is not fair.
54, of Foxdale
You
and
can't go to
Mosquito
the big
Drive,
fella and pay
will
X
be
amount of
held
money
on
for his
Wednesday,
sponge.
July
And when you come
8th
to the farm island and want to
at St.
virtually
Agnes
pay
Anglican
one
Church,
something for
Blue
the
Hill
fellow who
Road.
is sponging in the farm island.
Officiating will be Archdeacon Keith Cartwright.
Fishing regulations and
assisted by
registration
other
is not
ministers
something
of
that we are
gospel.
very concerned about, and I'm glad the member
Interment
for
will follow
Marathon
in
is
St.
speaking
Agnes
that.
Cemetery, Nassau
We
Street.
must continue to be innovative,
She is survived by her
be
children,
inclusive,
Christopher
but
and
at the end of
Kristen
the day, we must still
Beckles,
protect our waters
Crystal,
and our marine
Kyle, and
resources for the
Christina
behemoths first.
Heald.
People must come
One
here and enjoy it and
grandson,
be a part of
Kaylin
it,
Kelly.
but they cannot dominate
One sister,
and
Monique
usurp
Beckles.
and take certain things out of
Two
our hands.
nieces, Nicola
And
Cartwright
that's why
and
I
Nadia
feel as if the
Beckles.
University of the Bahamas
One
and
grandniece,
BAMSI and others should
one
be so much a part of this
grandnephew,
process moving forward.
two aunts,
Nature Conservancy
Ann
and
Cook
land
and
grab issues
Jacqueline
is another issue
Silver,
for me and Andros I'm grappling
two
with, and
uncles, David
I am very
and
concerned
Blaze
about it,
Johnson,
that
and
persons are
other
going into our
relatives,
communities
including
and
Shanice
building
Beckles,
small
Vienna
buildings
and
and
Yvonne
structures. Next thing you know,
Johnson,
we hear
Dr.
persons are
Rhonda
coming on the plane,
Chipman
they're being taken by
Johnson,
taxis into these
Dawn
areas
Cook,
and prices are being charged.
Mikhail Silva,
Quickly,
and
we must
Keith
protect
Houghton.
our land for ourselves.
Friends
Bites
may pay the
increase a
last
major
respects
concern.
at Bethel Brothers Morticians and
But I must note that
Crematorium,
quickly
Nassau Street.
to the member for Kalani, I don't know when the
Tomorrow
next
from 10
contract
a.m.
is
to
coming
5
up.
p.m.
I was very challenged in the
In
last
compliance
Christie
with the
administration by
current
the
government's
OPEC
regulations,
agreement,
attendance will be
$11.8
limited
million.
to
I
close
didn't
family
know when the
and
final deal was
friends.
struck, and I spoke to the member, former member for Southern Shores, Kenwood Dawson,
Retired
about it. I was
senior
very
nursing
concerned about it.
officer Iceland
$11.8 million because
Adeltis
I think
Deli
that
Sweeting,
Androsius
age
would have gotten a
72,
short change in that process.
of
Why?
Westridge
Because at the time I
Drive
done some
and
research
formerly
work
of Lisbon
on how the
Creek,
U.S. government
Mangrove
itself,
Key,
with
Andros,
all of the
died at her
concerns
residence
of land,
yesterday.
with
She
noise,
survived by her husband,
pollution, and
Sydney Sweeting,
water table being
two
damaged, and
sons,
Beatrice
George
Island had
Bethel
been
and Gerard
stopped from
Bowley
their
Sweeting,
all of their sea and all
her
the other
grandchildren,
work that they were
Uriah,
doing for their testing and their
Giorgio,
war preparation
Gianna,
in Beatrice
and
Island had been
Gion
stopped.
Bethel,
And they're doing it
and
still
Raz
in our
Gerard
waters
Bowley
are fresh
Sweeting,
free. And I'm still
her brothers
bothered
and
by the fact that
sister,
why we can't have
William,
Bahamians who are
Bishop
trained
Longford, and
technically
Errol Bethel,
to
and
know what's happening
Ruth
in the tongue of our
Gwendolyn
ocean between
Hamilton,
New Providence and Andros,
numerous
my hometown.
nieces and
And
nephews,
still sometimes you see
one
fish
aunt,
surfacing. That still bothers
Rosenell
me.
Forbes,
And the level
and
of
other
cancer,
relatives,
the proliferation
including
of cancer in
Dominic
the central
Bethel
Andros
and
district from
Topaz
Coakley
Bowley
Bight
Sweeting,
down to Stafford Creek. Still bothers me.
and
Young
finally,
person,
Tasha
especially in that community,
Anastasia Davis,
Mr. Speaker.
age 50,
And I think we must look at these,
of
especially the
Roofland
OPEC agreement
Avenue
again,
South Beach
because we're
Estate,
talking about the sovereign wealth
died
fund.
at the Princess Margaret
And to see
Hospital
that
yesterday.
we're one of the few places that
She
our
survived by her
American friends
parents,
are being able to
Godfrey and
utilize our
Miriam
water for
Davis,
$11.8 million.
one brother, Orville
Where we need
Davis,
so much work to be done
one
at the
sister,
at the
Nadine
airport
Higgs,
in
one
Fresh
nephew,
Creek,
Orville
Andros
Jr.,
Town to be exact.
two
The
nieces,
tarmac, every time it rains, the
Shandy and
place is
Clara
flooded.
Nick Higgs,
And all of the planes and their
four
crafts that come
uncles,
in there.
Ellis
And they have
Stubbs,
not given back.
Livingston,
That
Harvey,
relationship,
and
not a
Enoch
symbiotic one.
Davis,
I think it is
four
overuse
aunts,
and abuse of the people
Elizabeth
in the community of
McQueen,
Andros.
Althea
I feel very
Stubbs,
strongly about
Julia
it this
Wilson,
afternoon.
and Coralie
Mr.
Davis, and other
Speaker, quickly,
relatives.
in my final minutes,
And that's your community
all
announcements in the
drilling off
evening
Grand
news
Bahama
for
and
Monday,
Andros has
July
been
6th.
of much concern in more
I'm Ronald
recent
Sims.
years.
Good evening.
And the issue was raised by the member for Senate Bill, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, crawfishing in the Nassau Grouper. And I want to to commend the Defense Force officers for the efforts they've been a part of in trying to protect our sovereign territory. And I want to commend them. It's very easy to attack the Defense Force officers. And I've heard many in the fishing industry do just that on the various talk shows.
You were
But
listening
many
to
times
news
it's
over
not up to
Bahamas
them, it's
Radio
also many
Network.
who
This
above
is
them.
the Bahamas Radio
The poaching has
Network.
been an issue that's been with us for many, many years, but especially on the Bahama Bank. Land, sea, our seabeds, aragonite, our forestry. We also see some level of
1540 AM,
denudation there
104.5
and
FM,
burning.
the National
Our
Voice
flower
of
and our
Bahamas.
fauna. White crown pigeon. We've had some people who've been shooting off season, and many have been going over their quota. All these are part of our resources. But we must continue to mark our resources. And only Bahamians should be allowed to benefit and utilize our resources. I still wait to hear further from the member for Kalani on this, on our land audit. Land ownership, Mr. Speaker, is a key element of empowerment in the 21st century Bahamas and natural resources. Quickly, general politics, today is the day when the 52-week program would have been restarted in the Bahamas. And I say to the member for Garden Hills, as the program has been restarted, you have many of your good generals you named earlier who would have passed on and reaped their rewards, but you have many who are yet alive, and you can use some of them. Because all I'm saying to you, I ain't asking for much. I'm asking for some level of fairness as a good Bahamian son like you are, sir. Allowing a few of our people also to be empowered. I'm saying if you have 80 jobs that have been offered through the 52-week program in North Andros, I'm saying to us, if we have only 14 in Central Andros, consider us further in Central Andros. I'm asking for those people who are watching me now in the Central Andros district. So all I'm saying to you is give us a couple more in Central Andros. I understand to the victor goes the spoil. All I'm saying, I'm asking on their behalf. The nationalists, Administrator Ingram and Prescott Smith, I know they're watching. But our concern as I move to some of the supporters committee, it's a concern as Bahamians are always happy and glad to say what we don't want people to do, what we have out there. Well, I understand that, but there must be an equilibrium in this process also. We have these things in the ground. We have these natural resources around us. But what about the exploration process? What about the extraction process? What about the monitoring platform that would be put in place? What about the collaboration through MOUs and utilizing Bahamians from the Bahamian diaspora who qualified themselves? We have some work to do ourselves. We can get on these talk shows to get into these emotional diatribes, which I've heard. But I'm saying we cannot benefit if the thing's still in the ground. So someone, we got to put our shoulders to the wheel collectively. We ain't want nobody coming to do this. We ain't want nobody to, yeah, I want a Chinese. I want an American. I want a Mexican. I want all these things. All these, it sounds good. But at the end of the day, we've got to find a uniform and some policy approach that would allow us to have somewhere and some process where we can do these things in a systematic way that makes sense, where the Bahamian people enjoy the wider benefits. We cannot get no money for the sovereign wealth fund if we don't extract the products on the ground. So we got to be honest with ourselves. So Bahamians get on the talk show and we get emotional and we ridicule everybody. But by the same token, though, we got to trust somebody. Now, of course, the process got to be one of this open, got to be across the political divide, and also use a lot of independent members, but it must be one that we as a society can grow through. We're not going to make some missteps, yes. Yeah, but you got to put your shoulder to the wheel. We keep on moving out there. We want nobody touch us and go out. You got to be more defensive of Andros than I would be. That's my hometown. But by the same token, though, we're looking at a national debt that is getting out of control. We want to have some money invested in the sovereign wealth fund. The member for Sanibel talks so strongly about it, followed by the member for Golden Isles. We must then strike this balance where we could now see and inure some of the benefits from these developments and our natural products in the soil in our beautiful Commonwealth. That's why it's important for me to have an autonomous authority in Andros. And my people could be a part of this process. A lot of these natural resources are in the communities of Andros. Our people need to have all these authorities that we are having passed in this parliament. We need to have an authority for the development of Andros. I'm asking for it. A select committee for the authority for the development of Andros and Bamboo Town. You and Carmichael and members and all, y'all got to join me in this. We got to have Andros as the bread basket for the 21st century Bahamas. We got to be able to empower communities of Andros. We want to be coming to know now so there'll be no hand and open begging the central government for nothing. We are proud people. We want to stand on our own. He's good now and then. Kalani, we need your help in that. We want Andros to be a part of this process in no small way. We must protect our land for the future. We need the capital injection. but I know that there must be a good relationship work out. We don't want to be left with pittance for our Bahamian land. We must protect our heritage, protect our lands, our bights, our creeks, our seabeds. But we must forge alliances to make sure our people, the man over the hill, that man or woman in the family islands in Mayagwana, Pirate Matthew Town in Agua, in Alice Town in Lutra, Bannerman Town, wherever they might be, on Duncan Town, Ragged Island, or maybe somewhere in Black Point in South Andros, listening to the radio just now, to be a part of this process. We have a nation to build. We have a land to protect. We could use outside assistance to get the requisite help and direction we need in this process. But at the end of the day, we must build our own land with our own hand. We must protect and leave something for generations yet unborn. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I stand to support the Select Committee on Natural Resources as put by the member for Centerville. It's a very proud moment for our country. It's something that we need to put the political partisan blinders aside for and come together to build a better Bahama land where some of this riches, the bounty, can be enjoyed by all as we build a better Bahamas, as we observe our 47th anniversary, moving forward, onward, upward, together in a united Bahamian society. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House to continue beyond 7 p.m. today.
Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The business of this House will extend beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to stand for just a few moments, and I shall not be long, but I wanted to first of all commend the government for having the political maturity to allow this committee to go forward. I commend you for doing this, particularly at this time when we're talking about a sovereign wealth committee to investigate our natural resources and see what we are able to truly produce by way of natural resources and to be able to add to the coffers, helping the economy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Doing it in a week where we are getting older. This experience should be making us wiser as we deliberate on such a matter. I'd like to thank Centerville and Golden Owl for having the stickability and fortitude to be persistent on behalf of the Bahamian people to make sure that this select committee goes forward as a result of your tenaciousness and your concern for the Bahamian people and indeed natural resources throughout the archipelago. I've always believed and still do believe that God has given us some natural resources, aragonite, sand, rock, salt. I still, the love of God, cannot understand how God could give all of this to the Commonwealth of Bahamas. And then only family can benefit from it while the rest of us walk around with our mouths wide. If there's oil in the Bahamas, I'd like to know who owns it. If it belongs to the Bahamian people, then we should all be benefiting. But even now, we're being told oil, there is a, what do they have? Shares being bought out for oil somewhere in the Bahamas, and where are the rest of us in this town? How is it that people, what belongs to the people, is being used for everything else but, it seems, the people? And then finally, as I said, I won't be long, and I have my views on a number of things as it relates to natural resources, including our pine. But I do want to say this after hearing Golden speak about Grand Bahama and what's being shipped out. I still stand on this principle that we should desist, stop the excavating in Grand Bahama, stop digging up our sand, stop imploding our waters and rocks and land, because it's affecting our people in the West. But I believe it has a lot to do with what we have just experienced with Hurricane Dorian. So when we talk about these natural resources, we must also consider the people. I think some things God placed there to protect us. You be digging up our waters and removing the reef, removing the rocks. It is costing us, the people in the land, to suffer. I think God put certain things in certain areas to protect humanity. And so we're asking that the government of the Bahamas, particularly when looking at Grand Bahama, I don't think we should have any more digging and drilling that land for the next 50 years plus. We should put a moratorium on it because our people are being affected. Again, I thank the government of the Bahamas for being gracious and mature enough when it comes to Centerville and Golden Isle, allowing the committee to go forward. I pray that the Bahamian people will be the main beneficiary of all that the natural resources have for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I too concur with Golden Isle. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the welcome in the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you. As many. Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Just a moment. Honorable members, just before I recognize the Deputy Speaker, I just want to bring it to your attention. We had previously congratulated the Deputy Speaker for his success in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association course in Canada at McGill University. It's a McGill Professional Development Certificate in Parliamentary Governance. I've received a notification that on Wednesday, the 29th of July at 10 a.m., there will be a virtual graduation ceremony, and our Deputy Speaker, Honorable Donald Sanders, has been invited by McGill University to give the valedictorian speech. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you, Member for Exumas and Ragged Islands. You reminded me that you said thank you, Ellen Coakley. You know, the Prime Minister, the good member for Kalani, and several others. I think the member for South Beach and the member for several of those members, Golden Isles, St. Augustine's graduates, and my daughter's a St. Augustine's student, so I'm proud to say the highest per capita in the House, Ellen Coakley. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I thank my colleagues. Ellen Coakley. Ellen Coakley and the Paces, I think we have the highest per capita. But Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank the members of this House for your congratulatory remarks. And it's interesting that you raised the point about the virtual graduation, because I was thinking about when the good member for Centerville and Golden Isle spoke and presented and seconded this very, very important select committee resolution. Speaker, while at McGill and doing the CPA course, one of the things that we had to do is speak about our parliament and speak about ways in which how our parliament operates and ways in which we could progress and modernize our parliament and help it move forward for our people. And one of the things that I found very interesting is that myself and one or two other smaller Caribbean nations, we had a similar issue with respect to how our parliaments function with respect specifically to committees, select committees and standing committees. And I was not happy to report to my colleagues in the Commonwealth that our parliamentary, our committee system in our parliaments, unfortunately, weren't as active as they should be. And you and I, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to a great extent, championed the necessity for us in this parliament to progress, to reform, and to try to make our system here more meaningful to our people. And I would like to say to the Prime Minister, the leader of government business, Babu Tao, and to the opposition and the independent members who support this initiative that this speaks to where this parliament should be going. Speaker, this speaks to where we need to go. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we want to be able to allow our departments and our government, if we want to allow the things we do in this parliament to be properly scrutinized, and for us to give meaningful contributions, then we have to continue to develop our committees at this parliament. And so whenever, Mr. Speaker, I have the opportunity to speak to McGill and the CPA again, I'll be proud to say, because I have to say that I think we haven't had a select committee of any sort meet and function. And I'll be proud to say, Mr. Speaker, on that graduation day that we are, in fact, moving in the direction of having select committees function. And this one is a very, very important committee, Mr. Speaker, because it speaks to our natural resources and by extension, the sovereign fund. This is very important for not only the development of New Providence, but it's important for our entire Bahamas. I think the member for South Andrews spoke to it. And I'm sure other Family Island MPs will share his sentiments that we're trying to develop the Bahamas in its entirety. And this opportunity for this committee to function, what I think will move us in good stead. Mr. Speaker, for those Bahamians who may not know what a select committee is, in my last 2 minutes, a select committee, Mr. Speaker, is really a small legislative committee appointed for special purpose. And in this case, Bahamas, it's to address the natural resources, and by extension, the sovereign fund. And the select committee is normally made up of cross-party members. So you will have committee members from the governing body, you will have committee members from the opposition, and even independents. And that is to be taken in the looking at the size and the proportion in a proportional way. And so you will have more government members, obviously. But that committee is to be formed. Mr. Speaker, these committees normally are formed to investigate or consider a specific topic. And as I said, in this instance, it will be natural resources. Normally, Mr. Speaker, and listening in Bahamas, normally cabinet ministers do not make up select committees. I know, normally that is. We've not spoken to the selection committee for this particular members for this particular committee. But let's hope that the members that are selected, whether they be cabinet ministers or not, that they work together for the betterment of the country. And very, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think I must stress this point because this was raised in our discussions at McGill, that this committee, and this is one of the weaknesses of select committees in other jurisdictions, that they don't have what's called the post-scrutiny. A lot of times we get these big books, Mr. Speaker, with reports from committees, and they get put on a shelf somewhere in some minister's office or some government department office. And it's just pushed aside. And so the committee, in some instances, and I invite this government and this committee to consider that there be a post-scrutiny aspect so that in 2 years we can look and see what this committee has done and what the government has done to respond to it. Speaker, I hear the good member for Southern Shores. Yeah. And the last thing I'm going to say is that it's expected that the government do respond to the recommendations, and that ties in with the scrutiny aspect. And so, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the member for Centerville. I congratulate the member for Golden Isles. And I congratulate this government for making this opportunity available for this parliament and for the people of the Bahamas. And as the good member for Golden Isles always say, may and put in my own words, may the wealth be shared among all of us, Bahamians, and we would all benefit from it. Speaker, I'm proud to say Tall Pines support this initiative, this Natural Resources Select Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marathon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long, Mr. Speaker. I don't mean that in a South and Central Andrews way, but I respect South and Central Andrews. He's a good man. Mr. Speaker, the call for this committee to investigate the natural resources of the Commonwealth of Bahamas is a step in the right direction. I would agree. I caution all Bahamians before we go down this road that this is a call for the appointment of a committee to investigate the natural resources. How those natural resources are exploited, how the funds or income derived from that is used, whether it's placed in a sovereign wealth fund or not, how that sovereign wealth fund is managed and distributes funds or acts on behalf of the Bahamian people, whether through individual disbursements or through social projects that will affect all, that's a different discussion. To all Bahamians, let me define what natural resources are. They are materials and substances that are found in nature that can be used or exploited for economic benefit, but more importantly, they're not created by man. They're created by the physical processes of our planet. Some are more renewable and sustainable than others. Some we know exist, some we believe exist, and some we hope exist. And the reason why I say that is because whether something exists or not is an objective truth. There's nothing subjective about it. It's either there or it isn't there. The land, sea, air, and seabed, the natural resources of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for the most part, are already known. So the work of this committee to examine it, a big part of that would be coalescing existing information. When we're talking about the land resources of our country, we know the islands of the Bahamas, right? We know where they are. We know the size. When you talk about the potential to mine aggregate, which is different from aragonite, we know that, well, our Commonwealth of the Bahamas emerged from the North Atlantic Ocean about 120,000 years ago. That's up to there, we were underwater. So we know that if you extract and find, well, I don't want to single out anyone, but a number of previous speakers made, I thought, important comments on this, which is that, and of course the member for Kalani, when you extract calcium carbonate, the land, and dig it up, I mean, it's not going to come back, right? Because the creation of our archipelago is from calcium carbonate being deposited out of the ocean and sea level rise, which took millions of years. That's not sustainable in human lifetime. This is another thing or another issue that I brought to bear in my budget presentation when I illustrated that aragonite is not sustainable over human lifetime. So what does this all mean? Once we assess our natural resources, the next challenge will have to be, how do we exploit it and how do we exploit it sustainably? Because there can be nothing worse than for us to assess the natural resources, exploit them, and then to have the whole systems collapse on themselves for overexploitation. And this has happened before. I agree. We have some natural resources like salt, which is sustainable and essentially unlimited because it's coming from the ocean. But then we have some other natural resources, like I foreshadowed originally, with land extraction, which is not sustainable. Aragonite, which is not sustainable over a human lifetime, but that doesn't mean that it's not sustainable, or it cannot be exploited. I offer one word of caution in relation to oil. We have not found any oil in the Bahamas as yet. That is an exploratory well that they intend to drill. They are about 38% sure based on whatever computer data generations that they've done, their internal studies. But the flip side of being 38% sure, let's call it 40% sure, I give them the benefit of the doubt. The flip side of being 40% sure is that you're 60% unsure. So, I mean, there are no guarantees here, but I fully agree, particularly with it in relation to oil, given the dynamics and the nature of oil as opposed to all of the others I mentioned, that it's very much suited for it. I caution all, I welcome the work of the committee. I'm sorry. I welcome the work of the committee. It's long overdue. But as I said, and I maintain, essentially the natural resources of the Bahamas are already known. And this is going to be a literature exercise for the most part, but a very important one, because if we coalesce it into one document, we give Bahamians a better understanding of what's there, because many Bahamians caught up in their daily lives don't have the time to read the material. We also have some natural resources in our deep ocean. Our oceans go down to like 13,000 feet that at this point, we cannot access because of technology. And they consist of nodules, mainly nickel and manganese. So the resources are there. The information is there. And I welcome the work of the committee, and Marathon supports the committee.
Thank you, honorable members. The chair recognizes the honorable member from Mango Key, South and Central Andres.
Just a matter of programming and formatting. We are just getting another concerning call. This will continue to be an issue. That's why member for Bumpetown Manuda would never want to speak after 6 p.m. We got myself a member for Exoma. When the news is on that the parliamentary proceedings are not carried on the parliamentary channel, we were just told again by a number of persons. And that we hear in the committee announcements while on the parliamentary channel while the parliament is going on. I think these are the two things that we must find a way to deal with internally. These are two separate channels, and we have never been able, both parties over the years, not been able to deal with the parliamentary. Should not be the case. Yes, so these things are happening. I think we need to deal with those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, I'm surprised to hear that I was not aware that the parliamentary broadcast was being superseded by community announcements during the live sitting of Parliament. Right, that should never happen. So we'll have to look into that. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following, and I would just read the first, since I've already read it, I'll read the first sentence and the last sentence, and when we go into the instructions, we'll go into a little bit more details. But the following select committee be appointed to investigate all matters relative to natural resources of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas above, on, or below the terrain and or sea, to identify the sources of natural resources that contribute to the Sovereign Wealth Fund, as well as entities, historical and current, engage in the extraction. Honorable members, I don't know who wrote this, but this entire paragraph is one sentence. Two sentences actually. With powers to send for persons and papers, with leave to sit from place to place, and with leave to sit during recess. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand.
We all support it.
The appointment of the select committee to look into the natural resources is hereby appointed. The instructions to select committees is the next point on the agenda on the business. And if we examine the, the instructions will be pursuant to and in accordance with Rule 21, subsection 3, which reads, Select Committee shall be given a defined period to report to the House, and if the committee does not complete its work within the time, the chairman may request the House to permit an additional period. Accordingly, the committee is instructed to meet and to report to this House on or before the 9th of October 2020, which will give the committee approximately 3 months or 90 days. Of course, the committee, like I said, under this rule, has the option to come back to Parliament if it needs more time and ask for more time. Additionally, the rules governing select committees is Rule 22, and I would just like to highlight, it has 30 paragraphs, but I'd like to just highlight a few so that all persons will be familiar with what is going on. 22, subsection 6 says all committees shall be appointed by the Speaker and shall, subject to these rules, reflect as far as possible the political composition of the House. That makes it rather difficult. We normally pick a 5-man committee, but I would recommend in this case 5 persons. When I say man, that includes all genders. So I think that we can reflect the composition of the House better if we have a 7-person committee because of the composition of the House. I will on Wednesday, when we meet on Wednesday, we'll notify the House. So I'm looking for a recommendation from the opposition as well as from the government. Okay, thank you. And so the committee will be constituted on Wednesday, a 7-member committee. Now, this committee, if you look at the terms of reference, it has a vast terms of reference. If you read it carefully, it is charged to do much more than just compile a listing of the existing natural resources. I'll just read it so that members could be familiar. It says that you would identify the resources that exist that contribute to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. You will engage, you will identify areas of disbursements recommended and recommend to Parliament mechanisms to enhance accountability and transparency in awarding contracts for exploration and extraction and receipt of disbursements, and to consider and suggest the best ways to ensure that the birthright of every Bahamian is legally protected. That is the terms of reference for this select committee. And so with that, we will move on now to the remainder of our order of business. Discharge of select committees, notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Speaker, I rise to give notice that at the next meeting, I intend to move the following resolution. Whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. And whereas the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic of COVID-19, which seriously threatened the public health of the Bahamas. And whereas on the 17th day of March 2020, a proclamation of emergency was made by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency existed in the Bahamas. And whereas the proclamation made on the 17th day of March 2020 expired on the 29th day of June 2020, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in the proliferation of cases around the world and in the Bahamas, where there are still active cases on which mandated the continuance of the state of public emergency. Whereas, pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General made a proclamation of emergency hereinafter the proclamation dated 29th day of June 2020, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas. And whereas, pursuant to Article 29(4) of the Constitution, the proclamation ceases to be enforced at the expiration of a period of 14 days, beginning on the date on which it was made or such longer period as may be approved under paragraph 5 of Article 29 of the Constitution. And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides for the continuance in force of a proclamation if at any time while the proclamation is in force, a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period not exceeding 6 months, beginning on the date on which it would otherwise expire, the proclamation shall, if not sooner revoked, continue in force for a further period. And whereas, pursuant to Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 34, thereafter the Act, the Governor General made the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 on the 29th day of June 2020. And whereas Section 3(3) of the Act provides that emergency regulations may empower such authorities or persons as may be specified in the regulations to make orders and rules for any of the purposes for which such regulations are authorized by the Act be made and may contain such incidental and supplementary provisions as appear to the Governor General to be necessary or expedient for the purposes of the regulations. And whereas Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 empower the competent authority to make such orders, and whereas Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Order 2020 was made by the competent authority on the 30th day of June 2020, and whereas Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 was made by the competent authority on the 30th day of June 2020, and whereas having regard for the continuing proliferation of confirmed cases in neighboring jurisdictions and active cases in the Bahamas, and whereas due to economic necessity, the Bahamas reopened the national economy, including the entry of visitors coming from places in which there may be extensive community spread of COVID-19, which poses great threat to the public health of the Bahamas, and whereas state of public emergency in the Bahamas continues, and whereas it continues to be necessary and expedient for securing the public safety and defense of the Bahamas and maintaining the public order and suppression of mutiny, rebellion, and riot, and for maintaining supplies and services essential to life and well-being of the community to continue in force. Proclamation, Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020, Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Order 2020, and Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 Now therefore be it resolved that this House, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. B, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic regulations 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. Affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. And D, affirms the continuance and effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic special provisions order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020.
Order that the notice be brought up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I
Order that the notice be to lie on the table. Continue, honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I only want to remind this Parliament and the populace that we are quite aware of the surge of COVID-19 virus disorder pandemic that's occurring in the United States, particularly Florida, Texas, Arizona, which I would speak to later. And we're also aware of what may have contributed to some of the surge, and taking these matters into consideration so as to avoid such activities within the Bahamas and possibility of introduction and subsequently spread. The beaches and parks in New Providence, Paradise Island, and the surrounding Keys and Grand Bahama will close on the 9th of July at 10 p.m. and normal curfew ensues until the 13th of July, 5 a.m. on Monday. Mr. Speaker, allow me to repeat. The beaches and parks in New Providence, Paradise Island, surrounding Keys, inclusive of Grand Bahama, will be closed on the 9th of July at 10 p.m. until the 13th of July, 5 a.m. on Monday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Andros.
Mr. Speaker, just to note the fact that all notices standing in the name of Her Majesty's loyal opposition remains for future sittings. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I renew all matters in the name of the government. Mr. Speaker, I do move that the House adjourns until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2020. Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2020. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House adjourns. Second.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the House adjourns to Wednesday, the 8th of July at 10 a.m. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday at 10 a.m., the 8th of July, 2020.